Chapter 661, Dragon Vein. Arg! Blood-curdling screams resounded in the skies constantly. Over 1,000 people from the 6 forces had come to this place. Among the 1,000 people, those below Dan Realm would be equivalent to cannon fodder in a battle of this level. They couldn't escape at all. Budding Realm experts were dying under the attacks from the Dragonians. In the sky, the battle between a dozen-odd budding realm experts gave the martial artists of the Underworld the feeling that the apocalypse was happening right before their eyes. A casual strike would bring with it terrifying auras that extended over several hundred to several thousand meters. Each attack seemed capable of splitting the space and sky. As compared to the four-way battles between the Dragon King, Emperor Qi, middle-aged swordsman, and Nie Wushuang, the battle that was happening before their eyes at this moment made them feel even more fear. The martial artists from the 6 overseas forces were horrified. For the very first time, they regretted their decision to step into the territory of China. When the 9 cauldron worlds descend into the real world, you guys will then know what the real underworld is. Wang Xian recalled the group of people he had encountered from the Xia cauldron world while looking at the overseas forces being annihilated rapidly. They had said that all of Asia would be ruled by the underworld of China. Various forces in Asia would have to pay pilgrimage to them. If the 9 cauldron worlds were to truly descend into the real world and ally together, they could easily crush all other forces in Asia. Bam! As expert after expert from the overseas forces died, those forces and martial artists from the underworld that had sought refuge with the overseas forces were incomparably bitter and embarrassed. They had complicated feelings and felt a little fear deep down in them. Would the Dragon King kill them? There was a high possibility that he might. Let's go up the mountain, Wang Xian said to Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the girls who were beside them before walking towards the mountain shrouded under the spiritual energy waterfall. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan followed closely behind him. The remaining martial artists of the underworld hesitated for a moment before following and walking towards the mountain under the spiritual energy waterfall. What a dense concentration of spiritual energy! Cultivating here would shorten the time required by over 10 times. When they reached the peak of a mountain, Lan Qingyue and the girls exclaimed in surprise. Even for Dan Realm or Budding Realm experts, cultivating under the spiritual energy waterfall would be several tens to several hundreds times more effective. For martial artists at the inborn realm and lower, the effects would be even more insane. Cultivating here will be just like immersing yourself in spiritual liquid. Wang Xian was slightly surprised too when he sensed the spiritual energy that was falling on him. Even if he were to cultivate here for a day, he would be able to gain several tens of thousands of dragon energy. Dragon King, we have left 6 alive and kept the rest here. At this moment, Mo Qinglong walked over and reported. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked towards the group of martial artists that had sought refuge with the overseas forces. Sensing Wang Xian's gaze, all the martial artists were shivering anxiously. Ask them to get out of this place. As for the rest, find a place and cultivate. Wang Xian announced plainly. Yes. Mo Qinglong nodded his head, and his terrifying aura swept towards those martial artists that had joined the overseas forces. Those martial artists paled and were exceptionally bitter when they heard Wang Xian. Their expressions changed drastically and intense hatred welled up in their hearts. All of them left while feeling despair. They would have never expected that the seemingly invincible overseas forces they had joined would be toyed with and killed by the Dragon King and the Dragon Sect. Those seemingly invincible experts were all killed. Dragon King. Some martial artists gritted their teeth. Their eyes were filled with horror and a tinge of anger. However, they could only hide this little tinge of fury away as they dared not to offend the Dragon King. The current Dragon King was an immortal-like existence in the underworld. Thank you, Dragon King. As for the martial artists that were following behind Wang Xian, they bowed down instantly to express their gratitude. Every single one of them was shaking with excitement. They had initially thought they had lost even the slightest hope. To their astonishment, the Dragon King had returned to kill all the overseas forces and allowed them to cultivate in this place. As for those martial artists that had joined the overseas forces previously, they were chased out of this place directly. In the future, with the Dragon King stationed at the place where they were cultivating, they could cultivate in peace. Wang Xian waved his arm, lifted his head, and stared at the sky. A huge cauldron appeared in his sight. The spiritual energy of this place will likely disappear within a month or two. After its disappearance, terrifying forces will descend into this world. At that time, watch your own actions. Wang Xian reminded the crowd of martial artists from the Underworld. The descent of the 9 cauldron worlds would be a huge blow to the martial artists of the real world. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy waterfall, the martial artists of the Underworld would be in a terrible state. The appearance of the spiritual energy waterfall would give them some strength to hold their ground. The surrounding people looked at Wang Xian with confused looks. However, none of them raised any questions. Let's cultivate here too, Wang Xian said to Xiao Yu, Lan Xingyue, and the girls. The group of girls nodded their heads. They wouldn't want to let this great chance encounter slip either. The 6 of them flew to the peak of the main mountain. Xiao Yu and the other 4 girls sat on it and started absorbing the endless spiritual energy. Around them, all the martial artists weren't willing to let a single second go to waste as they sat down right away and started cultivating. Wang Xian stood below the spiritual energy waterfall while staring at his body, which was immersed in the white spiritual energy. He looked down the mountain. The spiritual energy is so dense that it doesn't dissipate as it enters the mountain vein. This is truly strange. A red and blue light flashed across, and Wang Xian looked below him. No spiritual or mine is formed after the spiritual energy enters the mountain vein. There isn't any spiritual stone either. Instead, the spiritual energy seems to be modifying the mountain vein. How queer. It feels a little like a spirit array. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. As the spiritual energy entered the mountain vein, it seemed to have undergone a unique change. It felt a little like dragon energy. Wang Xian started absorbing the spiritual energy and converting it into dragon energy. The spiritual energy that entered the mountain vein was converted into another form of energy. Vaguely, Wang Xian felt that it was similar to his dragon energy. With a change in thought, a stream of dragon energy was injected into the mountain. Wang Xian was stunned and astonished. The spiritual energy seems to be transforming into dragon energy. It's really dragon energy. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. Dragon energy is a middle to high-tier energy in the universe. Its greatest effect would be modification. If a place has dragon energy, it would be modified to become a place where talents and great wealth would emerge. Generally, the place would change positively. This spiritual energy that entered the mountains is being converted into dragon energy automatically. Spiritual energy is converted into dragon energy, and the dragon energy is completely locked within the mountain vein. It seems like something is forming. If my guess is correct, a dragon vein will be formed as dragon energy enters the mountain vein. Legend has it that those who occupy the dragon vein will claim the throne to the entire world. This is because the dragon vein has dragon energy deep within it. The dragon energy will enlighten the people and nourish the land. It's easier for talents and experts to be raised in this place. That's the reasoning behind those who occupy the dragon vein often claiming the throne to the entire world. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he stared below him with fervor. Dragon vein. Earth is the flesh of the dragon. Stones are the bones of the dragon. Plants are the hairs of the dragon, and water is the blood of the dragon. As for the dragon vein, the only thing that would be lacking is a soul. Chapter 662. Steal the Dragon Vein. The dragon vein ran through all the dynasties of China. All the emperors in the olden days would choose their capitals and build their palaces on the dragon vein. Wang Xian did not understand the relationship between the 9 cauldrons and the dragon vein, but he was sure that the spiritual energy from the 9 cauldrons had flowed into the mountain range, coagulating into a dragon vein. If this is a well-formed dragon vein, the dragon energy from within can keep a dragon sealed. But if the dragon energy is exhausted, the dragon vein will be lost forever. But now that the dragon vein is undergoing coagulation, can I? Wang Xian had a bold idea. Steal the dragon vein. The dragon vein was dead. But if he could bring it to life, that would mean he could use it for himself. To bring the dragon vein to life might be difficult for others, but it was not as difficult as imagined for Wang Xian. As he moved his finger, a drop of blood slowly descended to the peak. Under Wang Xian's control, it flowed toward the interior of the mountain range after the blood dropped onto the peak. Once the blood landed on the dragon vein, invisible ripples seemed to rise out from it. A mighty divine dragon can be resurrected by a drop of blood because the blood contains domineering energy, dragon energy. With the dragon energy and the soul in the blood, the divine dragon could be resurrected. With my blood and the dragon energy from the dragon vein, a divine dragon will be born. Even if a divine dragon cannot be born, the dragon vein will come to life and be under my control. Wang Xian was looking thrilled in his eyes. The incessant spiritual energy condensed into dragon energy and, in turn, formed the dragon vein, which contained incomparable mightiness. Be it a divine dragon being born or a dragon vein that came to life, this was a huge opportunity for Wang Xian once the dragon vein was completed. When the dragon vein takes shape, the dragon will roar through the sky from here. Ha! Wang Xian could not help but let out a burst of laughter while all the martial artists of the underworld looked over with astonishment. He looked around, sat cross-legged on the mountain, and began his cultivation. Such cultivation took half a month. Within this half a month, Wang Xian accumulated 1,000,000 points of dragon energy. However, it was not a lot to him. But to the rest of the martial artists and the 5 ladies, including Xiao Yu, they benefited a lot from it. Xiao Yu and Elder Fong were half-stepped to budding realms in the first place. Naturally, they advanced to the budding realm. On the other hand, Lan Qingyue, Ajaya, and Sunling Xiao took one step further in the budding realm. The spiritual energy waterfall was a huge opportunity, but the effect was mild for Dan realm and budding realm experts. However, this was like a free lunch to those who were inborn and below. Half a month ago, level 5 and 6 were the most common levels. There were even level 3 and level 4 martial artists. But now, it had become level 8 and level 9, and almost 400 had advanced to inborn level. The number of inborn experts was almost on par with the Underworld before the massacre. Dragon King. Something big happened in the Underworld again. At this time, Mo Qinglong walked over and whispered in his ear. "What's the matter?" asked Wang Xian as he stood up slowly. Another spiritual energy waterfall emerged in the Guda mountain range. Mo Qinglong reported to Wang Xian. Another spiritual energy waterfall? Wang Xian was slightly stunned, but a tinge of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes soon after. Where is the Guda mountain range? The Guda mountain range is located not far from the intersection of China and India's border. The spiritual energy waterfall appeared one day ago, and those martial artists who surrendered themselves to the overseas forces previously are rushing over there now, said Mo Qinglong to Wang Xian. Is that so? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. It looks like the 9 cauldron worlds will be descending into the real world one by one from now on. Let's get there now. The appearance of the spiritual energy waterfall also represented the coagulation of another dragon vein. Wang Xian saw that as something more valuable. In the future, the dragon veins might become powers that surpass the immortal class. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded. Xiao Yu, Qingyue, Ajaya, Ling Xiao. Wang Xian called out to the girls beside him. Her. They opened their eyes and stared at him, puzzled. Another similar place has appeared in the Underworld. I'm heading there now while you girls can practice here, said Wang Xian to them. Sure, Xiao Xian. The girls nodded. If the spiritual energy becomes exhausted over here, all of you must leave this place immediately. Remember, all of you must leave. Wang Xian reminded them. Got it. Don't worry, Xiao Xian. The girls nodded. Continue with your cultivation. I'm off now. Wang Xian nodded his head and gestured to Mo Qinglong, Dragon Kid, Dragon Spirit, and the rest of the Dragonians. Let's go. Yes, Dragon King. A group of Dragonians followed behind him, flitting towards Gouda Mountain Range at a rapid speed. Gouda Mountain Range was a small mountain range without any fame. There were hundreds of mountains with the highest peak at about 1,000 meters with barren surroundings. Within the mountains, the wild pheasants and boars would let out cries of excitement from time to time, as though they had evolved into demons. The cries of wild boars and pheasants caused the surrounding peaks to be even more chaotic. At this time, blossoming white clouds descended from the sky. An immense amount of spiritual energy gushed down like a waterfall. Haha, spiritual energy from heaven. Spiritual energy from heaven. Heaven has blessed us. Yes, it's the spiritual energy similar to MT Tai Bai. Finally, we have a chance to become experts. At this moment, all the loud and thrilling exclamations had replaced all the howls and roars of the wild pheasants and boars. All the martial artists of the underworld raced toward the peaks that were shrouded by spiritual energy and exhilaration. None of them could hide the excitement on their faces. The number of martial artists had reached more than 2,000 people. Ha ha ha, Dragon King. Even though you didn't allow us to cultivate over there, we have our own place now. An elder involuntarily exclaimed with a malevolent look. Yes, what have we done wrong? We just want to be stronger. Dragon King, you're too overbearing. One day, fighting spirit and anger filled that young man's eyes. He opened his arms with elation and eagerness. Without such a huge opportunity, how could you, Dragon King, get this far? Now the chance belongs to us. One day, I'll surpass you and become the most powerful existence in the underworld. All the martial artists cried out in happiness. Ever since they'd been chased out by the Dragon King half a month ago, they were filled with anger and unwillingness. When they heard daily news that some martial artists had attained a breakthrough in their levels, their hearts wrenched. Why had they been banned from cultivating over there? Didn't they join the overseas forces just to become stronger? Chapter 663. We Are the Kings. Overseas Races Surrender. 1. They hated the Dragon King for depriving them of the rights to become stronger. They were furious and wanted revenge. However, what they felt was just a sense of helplessness. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld at MT Tai Bai had left them far behind. In the future, they would be forgotten by the underworld and demoted to the lowest level of the underworld. However, just a day ago, they'd gotten the news of spiritual energy falling off the sky above Gouda Mountain Range. This had ignited their hopes once again. Several martial artists of the underworld extended their arms out in excitement while enjoying the spiritual energy waterfall. There would be a day when they would become a strong existence in the underworld. That day would be here sooner than later. Haha, the underworld of China is truly a bountiful land. Spiritual energy descending from the sky? Moreover, it is so close to our Gautama denomination. Your Excellency, it is also a great encounter for us that the spiritual energy waterfall is so close to us. That's right. This is a great encounter for all cultivators from India. Half a month ago, no one would have expected a dragon to be hidden within the underworld of China. He killed all the experts from 6 elite forces in Asia. Our immortal realm excellency didn't dare to step into the territory of China, and we were forced to give up that wonderful chance encounter. Who would have expected the spiritual energy waterfall to appear here half a month later? This is destined to be ours. We will kill whoever dares to challenge us for this encounter. Suddenly, a peal of hysterical laughter that resembled thunder roaring reverberated. The martial artists from the underworld that were standing on the mountain peak stiffened immediately. Their excitement faded away as their expressions turned incomparably stiff. Fear gleamed in their eyes. No. They are Gautama from India and some other forces. Those martial artists from the underworld turned their heads around slowly. When they saw the approaching group of people, they felt extremely bitter. There seemed to be people on the mountain peak. At this moment, the fast-approaching group of forces from India saw the group of people on the mountain peak. Instantly, they upped their vigilance. If it was in the past, they would definitely not be so vigilant when they encountered forces from the underworld in China. However, the news that they received half a month ago spread fear throughout all the forces in Asia. The Dragon King of the Dragon Sect in China had led his group of experts from the Dragon Sect and killed 15 budding realm experts. It was especially so for the strength displayed by the Dragon King. Based on the illustration of the disciples that had escaped, the Dragon King manipulated 5 swords and was able to kill budding realm experts from several thousand meters away easily. Based on their conjecture, the Dragon King had probably reached the pinnacle of the budding realm or even the half-step to immortal realm. If their immortal realm experts weren't heading over, it would probably be difficult for them to suppress the Dragon King and the Dragon Sect. Due to the presence of the Dragon King from China, those 6 elite forces in Asia, which had suffered huge losses, didn't dare to act recklessly. When they saw there were people on the mountain peak, they were truly afraid that the Dragon King would be there. They are just a pile of trash. There's nothing for us to worry about. At this moment, the old man with a double-headed truncheon looked across the group of martial artists from the underworld. He gave a smile and spoke with a low voice. Haha, as long as the Dragon King from China isn't around, we can act as we wish. Upon hearing the old man, the surrounding forces from India cheered loudly. Upon hearing the voices that came from afar, the martial artists from the underworld paled instantly. They felt they had suffered grave grievances. They had turned to join the overseas forces, but these overseas forces were in turn annihilated by the Dragon King. The Dragon King had chased them away. Now that they found another great opportunity, other strong overseas forces came. The group of martial artists couldn't help but be furious and feel sorry for themselves. Their expressions were contorted. There are quite a few of them. The experts from the Gautama denomination stood in the air and stared fervently at the spiritual energy waterfall that fell from the sky, following which, their gazes shifted to the martial artists below. Kill all of them to save us the trouble. An old man, who was wearing a mask, looked coldly at the martial artists below him and instructed them emotionlessly. All right, kill all of them. Around them, the crowd of cultivators from India revealed brutal and fearsome expressions as they drew their weapons. There were tridents, wooden rods, and truncheons. When compared with the weapons used in China, there were huge differences. Don't. Seeing that the other party wanted to kill them directly, the martial artists on the mountain were horrified. Please don't kill us. We surrender. We surrender. An inborn expert from the Song family shouted bitterly. After surrendering for the first time, they felt no emotional barriers against doing so again. That's right. We surrender. We are willing to listen to all your instructions. All the other martial artists of the underworld chimed in. The only thing they didn't do was to go on their knees. They are truly a pile of trash without any backbone. Seeing how they had reacted, the experts from the Gautama denominations were full of contempt. Hee, we don't need a group of weak dogs. An old man by the side looked down at the crowd of martial artists and mocked them coldly. Kill these useless creatures. A voice that was brimming with killing intent resounded again, making the martial artists on the mountain peak feel despair again. Why? I'm not convinced. Why? Why did things turn out this way? The inborn expert from the Song family growled loudly with a contorted face. Having encountered such events consecutively had distorted his mindset. Trash will always be just trash. Disdain filled the eyes of the experts from Gautama denomination and other forces from India. They waved their arms and sent attacks towards the crowd of martial artists from the underworld. Ka. However, at the moment they wanted to attack, the void space started cracking. In the sky, the entire space seemed to be just like a piece of a mirror, as terrifying green ripped it apart. A voice that could numb one's skull rang throughout the sky. The terrifying scene stunned the experts from the Gautama denominations and forces from India as they stared at the cracked space with astonishment. Arg! On the mountain peak, several dozens of martial artists cried out loud upon being hit with terrifying attacks from the experts of the Gautama denominations. The experts from the Gautama denominations didn't pay attention to them at all. Their eyes were fixed intensely on the sky. Is this the real world? A voice came from the cracks of the space, making everyone tense their bodies instantly. At this moment, an old man with long hair and a green outfit walked out of the cracks. The old man stood in the air and was observing his surroundings inquisitively. Soon after, several old men walked out from the cracks behind him. They were all wearing green outfits, and the guys all had long hair. They had a similar style to those in the history of ancient China. Yes, Elder Hua, this is the real world. In the end, a voice reverberated from the cracks of the space, and 5 young men with short hair emerged from the cracks. The cracks recovered slowly and peace returned to the crushed space. Approximately 50 to 60 people stood in the air. They looked around and were pleasantly surprised when they saw the spiritual energy waterfall below them. Their gazes swept across the crowd of martial artists from the underworld before landing on the experts from the Gautama denomination and other forces from India. People from other nations? What are they here for? Surrendering to us? An old man looked down from above. He was expressionless, and it was as if he was simply stating a fact. Chapter 664. We are the kings. Overseas races surrender, too. People from other nations? What are they here for? Surrendering to us? The nonchalant voice was filled with gentleness. About 60 people stood in the air while the old man in the middle did not flare. He continued to overlook the group of cultivators from Gautama denomination and India without any expression. The experts within Gautama denomination and the Indian cultivators revealed slight embarrassment on their faces when they heard the old man's otherworldly words. All of them stared at the group of people who walked from a space crack in the sky with vigilance. None of them dared to speak. The martial artists of the underworld below fixed their eyes on the immortals that stalked out of the immortal realm in the air with astonishment. The old man who was known as Elder Hua did not mind their silence. Slowly, he looked down and spotted the group of martial artists of the underworld standing on one of the peaks. He swept his gaze at the dozen bodies who were attacked and asked softly, "This is the underworld of China? How weak they are." Elder Hua murmured softly. A few short-haired young and middle-aged men approached that old man from behind and bowed. With respect, they answered, "Elder Hua, those are the martial artists of the underworld below. As for the rest, they should be the other forces from overseas." A middle-aged man with short hair looked around. Apparently, he had good knowledge about those martial artists of the underworld. Over 2,000 martial artists of the underworld craned their necks and looked up with bewilderment, staring at the middle-aged man who spoke. Attendant Hua." Suddenly, the sect leader of Qingfeng sect burst out a shocking cry. He was taken aback as he fixed his eyes on the middle-aged man with short hair. Upon hearing his voice, the middle-aged man with short hair cast his sight over and nodded plainly. After the 9 cauldron worlds went into seclusion, the entire underworld slipped into decline. All of you are worse than kids, getting bullied by extraterritorial races. A bunch of useless things. As Elder Hua slowly chided them, he was already striding toward the mountain below. A group of about 60 experts followed behind him to the mountain below. "Elder Hua, the immortal sects have remained in seclusion while diabolism rose. The underworld is getting worse generation by generation." The middle-aged man with short hair spoke with a sigh. 60 of them stood at the peak summit, while the rest of the martial artists of the underworld did not dare to take in deep breaths. All of them were standing there like cats on hot bricks. They may be useless, but they are still Chinese martial artists. When did the Chinese get bullied by anyone? We are the kings while the extraterritorial races have to surrender to us. Elder Hua was expressionless when he cast his gaze at the experts from Gautama denomination and India. "Pay us back 10 times for killing dozens of our men. Elder, leave this to us." The 3 middle-aged men behind him stared coldly at the few hundred people from Gautama denomination and India. "How dare you kill the Chinese martial artists? Pay us back 10 times now." Before the three men could finish their words, greenish energy darted out without any warning. "Gentlemen, let's talk this out." Upon seeing the greenish energy charging toward them, the old man who was leading the Gautama denomination was aghast. He tapped his truncheon, and a dazzling golden shield manifested itself before them. "Kill before talk?" There was a flash of contempt in their eyes when the three middle-aged men saw the defense put up by the budding realm experts from Gautama denomination. "Thistles and thorns burial," three of them called out. To everyone's surprise, the greenish energy landed on the tree branches on the mountain. Whoosh! For a moment, all the trees seemed to be transformed into some tree demons with branches extending themselves frantically. Even the roots were wriggling violently. A few hundred tree branches grew to 1,000 meters long, hurling themselves at the Gautama denomination disciples and the Indian cultivators. "What?" The old man, who had a double-headed truncheon in his hand, suddenly changed his expression. The elder beside him was horrified as well. The golden radiance vibrated and was penetrated by those three branches right away. "Ah!" Frightening shrieks suddenly rang out while a tree branch that was less than 100 meters long sprang out from the ground out of the blue. His body was trapped by it immediately as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Watch out!" an Indian expert shouted in trepidation. "Ah!" However, all the trees in the surroundings were uplifted from the ground, sweeping in from the air and the land. All the experts from Gautama denomination and the Indian cultivators were aghast. Their screams lasted for only 10 seconds before they came to an abrupt end. Hundreds of corpses were lying everywhere on the ground. 140 nice. A middle-aged man swept his gaze across and commented plainly. This sentence struck chills into all the cultivators of Gautama denomination and India instantly. All they could do was stare at them with consternation. As soon as they sensed danger, they were ready to flee. Elder Hua nodded his head without any emotion. He looked up impassively at the cultivators from Gautama denomination and India and said, "Since the king has returned, the rest of you can surrender or die." Phew! All the experts from Gautama denomination and India were horrified by what Elder Hua had said. Everyone was infuriated. "Elder, the Gautama denomination is in the top 9 supreme class forces within Asia. We've got immortals controlling a region." The old man with a double-headed truncheon replied in a low voice with a sullen face. "Gautama denomination? Haha, I've never heard of it. I only heard of Shahuang denomination, which was annihilated by us. It looks like none of you are going to surrender to us." Upon hearing them, the elder remained composed as he overlooked them. "What you?" The old man with the double-headed truncheon widened his eyes with horror. The rest of the disciples of Gautama denomination and Indian cultivators were equally shocked. Shahuang denomination was their ancient denomination in India. It used to be the largest denomination in their country. However, the entire denomination had been annihilated 300 years ago. Some of the disciples who managed to escape from it established the Gautama denomination that existed today. Immortal sect? All of you are from immortal sects? It was said that all the Chinese immortal sects entered another world, right? The old man with the double-headed truncheon asked this with eyes full of disbelief. His eyebrows were twitching without stopping. "Extraterritorial races, kneel before us and surrender to us." Without any further talking, an emerald truncheon suddenly emerged in Elder Hua's hand. The truncheon was 1 meter long, and the tip was embedded with an emerald bead. You people." All the Gautama denomination and Indian people exhibited humiliating looks on their faces. "Asking us to surrender? Want us to get on our knees? How could this be possible? Why are domineering experts sprouting up in China out of the blue? Why are the legendary immortal sects descending into this world? Why do we keep running into them? If you do not surrender, death is the only way out." Seeing them in a long silence, the old man spoke in an overbearing voice. "Let us do it." 5 middle-aged and old men instantly struck from behind. All the trees within the thousands of meters around turned into tree demons, launching their attacks. The two elders lifted their fiery red truncheons up slowly over their heads. Would fire burial. Chapter 665. Get on your knees and prepare to be killed. Would fire burial. The group of 5 middle-aged and old men shouted. The next instant, the densely packed tree demons in the surroundings trapped and cornered 100 disciples from the Gautama denominations and over 200 cultivators from other forces in India. Just as the tree demons trapped the cultivators, huge fireballs were hurled onto the tree demons. Boom! In an instant, the densely packed tree demons that had covered over 3 to 4 kilometers were set ablaze at a rapid speed. Terrifying waves of fire swept across, killing over 100 weaker martial artists directly. How terrifying! How terrifying! The remaining martial artists from the underworld stared at the terrifying sea of flames. The fire burned the wood and would spurred the growth of the fire. Would fire burial. Arg! At this moment, blood-curdling screams sounded from the middle of the wood fire burial. Suddenly, 2 figures shot towards the sky. They were surrounded by blinding golden rays and were escaping into the sky at an incredible speed. Will you be able to escape? Elder Hua stared at the 2 budding realm experts who had escaped as he placed the truncheon in his hands on the ground. Wong! What the surrounding crowd could see was bright green light being injected into the ground. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 2 gruesome vines shot out from the ground and wrapped themselves around the 2 experts from Gautama denomination. The vines emitted blinding green light and pulled them towards the wood fire burial. Arg! No! Our denomination will take revenge for us. 2 spine-chilling screams reverberated across the sky. Soon, there was no longer any signs of life. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld was completely dumbfounded. The shock they got today was in no way any lower than that of half a month ago. Half a month ago, the experts from the Dragon sect had dominated the crowd of elite forces from Asia. The Dragon King easily killed 5 budding realm experts with 5 flying swords. And today, the group of 5 middle-aged and old men destroyed several hundreds of powerful opponents with 2 moves. One of the old men was even able to trap 2 budding realm experts with a single move. Since when was the underworld so horrifying? They felt as though they were no longer living in the underworld. Instead, they were living in a world that only existed in legends. We have 2 matters to handle now. Elder Hua shifted his vision from the wood fire burial. His expression was unmoved as he turned to face the group behind him. First, we have to get our hands on the information of the real world. Second, we have to take revenge for our clansmates in the real world. Yes, Elder. The group behind him nodded their heads. Elder Hua, we should be able to get some information from those around here. At this moment, the middle-aged man with short hair lowered his stance before Elder Hua before looking across to the martial artists from the underworld. Elder Hua closed his eyes. Seeing that the elder had signaled to him, the middle-aged man with short hair turned around instantly to face the crowd of martial artists from the underworld. Huff! When the martial artists from the underworld saw the ex-attendant of the Medical Saint sect, they took a deep breath. We are from the Medical Saint Immortal sect of the Yao Cauldron world. Disciples of our Medical Saint Immortal sect stood at the pinnacle of all immortal sects at one point in time. Soon, our Yao Cauldron world will descend into this world. All martial artists have to surrender. The middle-aged man with short hair lifted his hair slightly, looked down at the group of people, and spoke with a low and serious tone. Sir, surrender. We surrender. The moment the middle-aged man with short hair finished his sentence, the group of martial artists from the underworld answered instantly. On your knees, an old man shouted suddenly. Yes, yes, we will kneel right away. Upon hearing the shouts from the old man, the group of martial artists from the underworld felt extremely bitter. However, they took a deep breath to contain their indignance and went on their knees. Elder Hua looked satisfactorily at the kneeling martial artists from the underworld. A strong sense of superiority was written all over his cold face. Sect Leader Wan, Get your guys to collect all the information on the real world for us." The middle-aged man with short hair looked at the group who was kneeling before him and spoke slowly with the same sense of superiority. "Yes, Hua Tin. Yes, Your Excellency. We will definitely complete what you have instructed. Leave the information gathering to us." Sect leader Wan answered respectfully in a hurry. "There's another matter." The middle-aged man with short hair lowered his head, stared at the sect leader of Qingfeng's sect, and said with a hideous expression, "Find the location of the Dragon King. The Dragon King has annihilated our medical saint sect. We will rip him into 1,000,000 pieces." "Yes, yes." Sect leader Wan nodded his head instantly. He was a little overwhelmed by the expression shown by the middle-aged man with short hair. "Since he dared to kill our clansmate, we will kill every single person who is related to the Dragon King of the Dragon Sect." Elder Hua, who was standing at one side, added coldly. "SSS." Upon hearing him, the surrounding martial artists from the underworld gasped. Killing every single person related to the offender was the most brutal and gruesome punishment in ancient times. What it meant would be Wang Xian's kin would all be killed. Could this be what they referred to when saying that the authority of an immortal sect couldn't be tainted? However, the group of martial artists soon recalled the strength displayed by the Dragon King. Their eyebrows knitted together. "Your Excellency, we know where the Dragon King of the Dragon Sect is." A cold light flashed across the eyes of sect leader Wan of Qingfeng sect as he shouted loudly with deference. "Huh, you guys know about his whereabouts?" The middle-aged man with short hair was taken aback and followed up with a question. "Yes, various excellencies. We know the whereabouts of this despot." Sect leader Wan answered loudly once again. "Despot?" The experts from the Yao Cauldron looked on, feeling a little baffled. The group of martial artists from the underworld was also surprised by what sect leader Wan had said. They lowered their heads and a glow flashed across their eyes. Half a month ago, the Dragon King had chased them out of Mt Taibai. Hatred for the Dragon King had long been taking root in their hearts. Now that someone wanted to kill the Dragon King, this was something they were happy to see. That's right. He's a despot. After the Dragon King of the Dragon Sect annihilated the Medical Saint Sect, they annihilated several other sacred sects and clans thereafter. What's crueler was that half a month ago, he annihilated half the clans and sects in the entire underworld. There wasn't a day of peace for the underworld. He's a devil that has committed all sorts of sins and is extremely brutal. Sect leader once spoke as his eyes turned red. Damn it. Dense killing intent emanated from the eyes of the middle-aged man with short hair. However, this despot is exceptionally powerful with terrifying subordinates. The strength he has displayed was like those of an immortal that's incomparably powerful. Sect leader Wan continued his elaboration. Immortal? Contempt flashed across the face of Elder Hua as he snide. How strong could he be? Half a month ago, the Dragon King led 9 budding realm experts and easily killed 15 other budding realm experts. Moreover, the Dragon King displayed immense strength. He was able to kill 5 budding realm experts with 5 flying swords. He's unparalleled in this world. Sect leader Wan exaggerated a little in his illustration. That's right. Just as sect leader Wan has said, the Dragon King is a powerful despot. We hope your excellency will remove this scourge for the better of all. The clan leader of the Song family seconded the idea. 9 budding realm experts? Easily killed budding realm experts? Unparalleled in this world? Elder Hua was a little surprised. However, the edge of his lips curved up soon after. 9 budding realm experts? That Dragon King would at most be at the half-step to immortal realm. We do need to be a little more serious when going against this force. It seems like I have to be involved in the killing. Chapter 666. Get on your knees and prepare to be killed, too. Elder Hua, you don't have to do it personally just to slaughter a force from the real world. Just leave it to us. An old man beside Elder Hua said in a low voice, the martial artists in the real world have incomplete battle techniques. Even with the strength of the budding realm, one is still far from us. A half step to immortal? I don't think there's one in the real world. The old man spoke with radiance flickering in his eyes. A force that possesses 9 budding realm experts was invincible in the real world. But to us, haha. His face was full of contempt. That's right, Elder Hua. We have 25 budding realm experts with us this time. Just send any 10 of them, and they could just kill them off. The middle-aged man spoke with a beaming face. Having 9 budding realm experts was indeed quite impressive, but to the people from Yao Cauldron World, annihilating them would be easy peasy. Moreover, this time they had brought 25 budding realm experts with them. As for that Dragon King, who was known as a half-step to immortal expert, they did not really believe it. His strength was at most at pinnacle budding realm. 25 budding realm experts? How could it be possible? At this time, however, the group of martial artists of the underworld was horrified when they overheard their conversation. 25 budding realm experts? What kind of concept is this? If 25 of them strike together, they could level the entire Guda mountain range in less than 20 minutes. If they rage, wouldn't they be able to massacre half the country? I beg to ask a question, Your Excellencies. How many such terrifying people exist in your world? Sect leader Wan asked this in shock as he involuntarily wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead and swallowed his saliva. The middle-aged man with short hair peered at sect leader Wan and replied in a monotone voice. The mightiness of Yao Cauldron World is beyond what you can imagine. Inborn experts are merely average disciples while we have a few hundred budding realm experts. Even better, we have immortals who could truly whip up massive destruction to the world. The voice of that middle-aged man was ringing in the ears of many martial artists of the underworld as they revealed horrified expressions. Few hundred budding realm experts. Immortals who could genuinely whip up massive destruction to the world. Gosh, there are 9 such worlds, and all of them are descending into the real world. By then, all of you will just be small fries. The middle-aged man with short hair said with slight contempt. 9. All the martial artists of the underworld were aghast as their bodies stiffened up. The 9 cauldrons have transformed into dragon veins. This will be a good opportunity for all of you. Under the cleansing of the spiritual energy waterfall, you can greatly enhance your potential and strength. If you can advance to Inborn Realm, you may join our Medical Saint Immortal Sect and Remedy Saint Immortal Sect, said Elder Hua to the surrounding martial artists impassively. Really? Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll work hard and contribute our efforts to the immortal sects. The group of martial artists hurriedly flattered him at the top of their lungs. Your Excellencies, the Dragon King is at MT Taibai because there's one similar spiritual energy waterfall over there. You can head over, and the Dragon King will be easily at your mercy. That's right, Your Excellency. Shall we lead the way to retrieve the head of the Dragon King? We can deal with those who are related to the Dragon King. All the inborn experts of the underworld pledged their loyalty immediately. Mighty Yao Cauldron World of the mighty 9 Cauldron Worlds. All these powerful worlds were going to descend into the real world. They needed to choose the correct side to stand on. Otherwise, their lives would be worse than that of a dog. After witnessing the power of the 9 Cauldron Worlds, the Dragon King was simply nothing. These 60 people from Yao Cauldron World could quickly annihilate the Dragon King, not to mention those real experts from the 9 Cauldron Worlds. In the future world, the Dragon King was just a pond loach and one that was waiting to be slaughtered. What they needed to do now was to follow these people before them. Oh, such a spiritual energy waterfall has already appeared? Elder Hua asked puzzledly. Yes, Your Excellency. This spiritual energy waterfall appeared at MT Taibai around 20 days ago. All the martial artists quickly responded to his question. 20 days? MT Taibai? It looks like Huang Cauldron World will be the first to descend into the real world. With beaming eyes, Elder Hua looked to an elder beside him. Elder Bien, you'll take 20 budding realm experts with you to kill that Dragon King while I stay put and guard this place. Sure. Leave that Dragon King to me. Elder Hua, you can make plans for the real world. Elder Bien smiled and nodded. Elder Bien, don't be careless. What if that Dragon King is really a half-step to a mortal realm expert? If he really is, we'll join hands. That should suffice. Yes, Elder Bien. Come back soon. I'll take at most a day. The two of them were very relaxed, talking away. To them, they were not heading off to kill a strong enemy, but rather an ant. Lead the way, said Elder Bien in a low voice as he swept his gaze across the martial artists of the underworld below. Your Excellency, let me take you guys there, said a disciple beside sect leader Juan after he gestured to him. Great. Her? Someone is heading this way. All of a sudden, an old man spun around and looked ahead. Close to 40 figures were flying in their direction at a rapid speed. Her? There are people on Guda mountain range. It seems like we're not the first to arrive. While the group of people looked over, Wang Xian had already led a team of Dragon Sect members over. When he saw the thousands of people below the spiritual energy waterfall, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face. Time to work on the second dragon vein. They are those martial artists of the underworld who I chased away. Wang Xian looked over and chuckled without any concern. He was not interested in who was in the mountains, practicing there. Even if those people were the martial artists of the underworld who he had chased away half a month ago, it was none of his concern as usual. Those martial artists of the underworld were nothing but ants to him. In the near future, his real opponent would be those from the 9 Cauldron worlds. Yes, Dragon King. It's him, the Dragon King of Dragon Sect. However, those martial artists let out exclamations as soon as Wang Xian and the Dragon Sect members approached. He's the Dragon King of Dragon Sect? Elder Hua was slightly surprised. Yes, that's him, the Dragon King and the experts from Dragon Sect. Sect leader Wan was staring at Wang Xian and his gang with a pair of blazing eyes. This was the first time that he dared to glare at Dragon King directly with eyes burning with fire. At the same time, it was the first time he was becoming thrilled. He was gloating at the misfortune of others, while a tinge of a sneer flashed in his eyes. All the martial artists of the underworld were excited and elated. Well, we don't have to search high and low for him now. He's sending himself over here to claim his own death. Elder Hua revealed a grin on his face. For those who are approaching here, come over, get on your knees, and prepare to die. Chapter 667. Arrogantly superior and disdainful. For those who are approaching here, come over, get on your knees, and prepare to die. Just as Wang Xian led the group of Dragonians towards Guda mountain range, a domineering command surprised him a little. Get on my knees and prepare to die. A flash of light flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. He looked towards the mountain peak below the spiritual energy waterfall and squinted his eyes. Dragon King, come here now and receive your death. An angry roar reverberated across from the middle-aged man with short hair who was staring at Wang Xian with blood-red eyes. The enmity for killing his father had ensured that it was impossible for them both to live under the same sky. People from the 9 Cauldron worlds. Looking at the outfit of the group of people standing at the peak of the mountain, Wang Xian felt a sense of familiarity. The image of a sect surfaced in his mind. Medical Saint Sect. When the experts from the Medical Saint Sect were annihilated, some of them claimed that there would be people going after me and taking revenge for them. What a surprise. Medical Saint Sect is actually related to the 9 Cauldron worlds. While Wang Xian was slightly surprised, a cold look appeared on his face the next instant. No matter which world they were from, as long as they dared to go against him, he would play along with them to the very end. Even if he was facing the 9 Cauldron worlds, he wasn't afraid at all as he had the Dragon Palace. It wasn't like his Dragon Sect did not have an immortal realm expert. Wang Xian did not decelerate, but instead landed on a mountain peak opposite the group. He smiled radiantly while observing the experts from one of the 9 Cauldron worlds before him. Elder Hua and the rest of the group scrutinized Wang Xian with chilling looks. They were a little shocked by the one standing before him. He was too young. Outrageously young. Dragon King, you better get down on your knees to welcome the excellencies from the Yao Cauldron world. Haha, Dragon King, Come over right now and get on your knees. Our excellencies might just grant you a swift death. Elder Wan from Qingfeng sect and the group of experts from the Song family smirked as some of them chided Wang Xian. They lifted their heads proudly, looked fearlessly at Wang Xian, and were a little excited. Hearing their snide remarks, ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes as he looked across the martial artists from the underworld. "SK, what are you looking at? You are just someone who is going to die soon." When the group of martial artists from the underworld met Wang Xian's gaze, they ridiculed him coldly. "Dragon King, do you know your sins?" The middle-aged man with short hair roared at Wang Xian with a solemn expression. Hee. Wang Xian chuckled nonchalantly as he looked across the group and asked, "Which cauldron world are you guys from?" "Huh. It seems like you know about the 9 cauldron worlds, too." Elder Hua stared at Wang Xian and continued, "What a shame for your talents. If you had not committed unforgivable sins, we would have taken you in as a disciple of our immortal sect. What a shame. You can't blame others for the sins you have committed. Dragon King, you killed my father and all the experts from our medical saint sect. Today will be the day of your death. If we had not escaped in time before, our entire branch of the medical saint sect would have been slaughtered by you. Rest assured, when you die, I won't let any of your kin get away. You won't have to worry about being lonely in hell, as your kin won't be able to escape." The middle-aged man with short hair growled while brimming with killing intent. The arrogantly superior old man, the middle-aged man with short hair who had announced that he would kill all his kin, and a group of martial artists from the underworld who was having fun while waiting for his impending miseries. Wang Xian's eyes gradually turned as cold as ice. "Do you guys know that you are courting your own demise? Dragon King, how dare you speak to the excellencies from the Yao Cauldron world in such a manner? You must be too eager to meet your end. Today will be your last day alive. For your arrogance, death can be your only outcome." A young man shouted at Wang Xian with a face contorted from anger. "Kill him as revenge for our clansmate." Seeing how Wang Xian was still daring to make brazen comments, Elder Hua wasn't interested in talking further to a person who was going to die. He immediately instructed his people. 9 budding realm experts? Let's hope that they will give us a good warm-up." At the back, the group of old men revealed faint smiles as they lifted the truncheons in their hands. Fiery red truncheons and jade-green truncheons glowed with blinding rays as though they were holy staffs. "Die!" the group shouted. On the peak where Wang Xian and the Dragonians were, the trees were growing at a tremendous speed. With over 10 budding realm experts striking at the same time, powerful wood attribute energy caused several thousand trees to grow to a few hundred meters instantly. Their branches wrapped towards Wang Xian and the Dragonians. It was the same attack. Would fire burial? Would fire burial? After that shout, a 5 to 6 meter long fireball appeared in the air and smashed towards the tree demons on the mountain peak. Rumble. This time, it wasn't an attack from 5 budding realm experts. Instead, it was an attack launched by over 10 budding realm experts at the same time. Terrifying tree demons had locked down the entire mountain peak, blocking out any light. Branches moved towards Wang Xian and the group like a nest of snakes as the terrifying fireball landed on it and exploded. Rumble. The entire mountain peak was completely covered. Before the terrifying might, the entire peak was set ablaze before the eyes of the martial artists from the underworld. SSS, they are dead? I don't think they would die from that. The Dragon King is really strong. I feel that the Dragon King wouldn't die from just one attack. Some martial artists mumbled among themselves. All signs of life have dissipated. An old man, who was holding a jade-green truncheon, smiled faintly and remarked, "They are really trashy. When I heard about them, I still thought the Dragon King was reasonably strong. He couldn't even withstand an attack from us. Hee. We have 15 people attacking him at the same time. Moreover, the wood fire burial is a frightening combination battle technique. Even if they had twice the number of people, they would very likely have been annihilated by us directly, let alone just 9 budding realm experts." A middle-aged man with a fiery red truncheon lifted his head proudly and spoke. "SSS, are they really dead? Killing them in a single strike. I still thought it would take at least 2 to 3 strikes. Your excellencies are truly too powerful." Haha, the Dragon King is finally dead. That arrogant brat is finally dead. When I find his corpse, I'm going to whip it. Under such terrifying attacks, his corpse has likely been reduced to ashes. The group of experts commented while deriving joy from the tragedy. "I'm a little disappointed." Elder Hua shook his head lightly. He felt a little bored in seeing the Dragon King being killed so easily. He had still been a little wary initially. The real world was the real world after all. The real world couldn't be compared to them at all, as the rest were just ants. Pa! At this moment, the sound of water dripping could be heard. "Be careful." Suddenly, horrified screams from the martial artists of the Underworld resounded. "People from the Underworld, get your ego in check and don't be haughty. It is especially so before me." A voice erupted from behind Elder Hua and the group. Suddenly, everyone could feel a chill running down their spine. Poof, poof, poof. Soon after, chilling cracking of bones could be heard. How can this be? How did they appear here? Elder Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as his hands, which held the truncheon, trembled. He looked with incredulity at his chest. A long sword had pierced through where his heart was. "I'm a little disappointed. You guys are from one of the 9 cauldron worlds? You guys couldn't even survive a strike from me?" Chapter 668, 6 Feet Under. A sarcastic voice came from Wang Xian, ringing in the ears of everyone around him. Wang Xian slowly moved the spiritual sword in his hand. The weapons that belonged to the dragon sect disciples around him had penetrated every single one of the Yao Cauldron World experts. All 25 budding realm experts were hit with fatal strikes. Elder Hua? Oh no. The other 20-odd Dan realm experts, who were not being attacked, quickly spun around. They were shocked to see the immortal sect level experts being struck in their vital points. This cannot be. It is impossible. I don't believe this. How did they suddenly appear behind all of us? This is unbelievable. The group of martial artists of the Underworld was completely devastated after witnessing what had just happened. They could not accept what had just unfolded in front of their very eyes. 25 budding realm experts from the strongest immortal sects who were their future rulers of the world. An Elder Hua, who could always easily put up a tough fight against the strongest opponents. All of them were killed in an instant. As they watched the sharp weapons penetrating the bodies of the experts, the surrounding group of martial artists of the Underworld was frightened out of their wits. Especially sect leader Wan from Qingfeng sect, the people from the Song clan, and all the other experts who had just mocked Wang Xian moments ago. They felt tremendous fear. Even those who had not spoken a word just now were also secretly gloating over the misfortune of Wang Xian and his men. And now, their supporting pillars were gone. What awaited them was the consequences of their actions. TSK, these are all very fine spiritual weapons. And this, a level 13 spiritual weapon fit for use by the immortals. Wang Xian said, marveling as he held Elder Hua's emerald truncheon in his hand. Most of the budding realm experts were wealthy enough to arm themselves with level 12 spiritual weapons. Inlaid on top of Elder Hua's emerald truncheon was the most precious wood spiritual bead that Wang Xian had ever seen. A level 13 wood spiritual bead. The other level 12 spiritual weapons were also embedded with all kinds of rare wood and fire spiritual beads. Wang Xian beamed at the sight of them. These precious spiritual beads were perfect resources that he needed to cultivate 2 level 13 Inferno and wood Dragon Balls. Looking down blankly at the spiritual sword that was on his chest, Elder Hua was barely opening his mouth to speak. Instead of words, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, the experts from the budding realm had astonishing vitality. Even as their hearts were being punctured, they were still able to hold on very long to their last breath. But right now, what Elder Hua felt was not pain, but terror. You are not from the budding realm, or the half-step immortal. You are an immortal, he said as he turned his stiff neck to face Wang Xian, still coughing up blood uncontrollably. It is too late to know how strong your opponent is now, don't you think? Wang Xian looked at him mockingly. SSS. Upon hearing Wang Xian admitting his status as an immortal, the remaining Yao Cauldron experts gasped with terror in their eyes. In particular, the middle-aged man with short hair. He was still in a state of shock and disbelief. The Dragon King is an immortal. To think that they were still plotting to kill an immortal and eliminate his bloodline. Heh. There are also many immortal experts in our Yao Cauldron world. By killing us today, they will not let you off, even if you are an immortal. Elder Hua said as he stared at Wang Xian with slackened eyes. His voice had started to croak. Don't worry. Nobody from your Yao Cauldron world can kill me. Rest in peace. The rest of these people will accompany you shortly. Wang Xian smiled as he slowly pulled out his spiritual sword. To think that I, Hua Qiudao, a high and mighty elder in the Yao Cauldron world, would end this way in this small underworld, said Elder Hua, refusing to resign to his demise. It was his misfortune and ill fate to make enemies with the immortal Dragon King. What I detest most is beings like you who think you are above everyone else. Displaying such an attitude in front of me will only make me bury you 6 feet under. Wang Xian's words rung in Elder Hua's ears as he stared coldly in return. You are ultimately not a god. You do not overlook our life and death. Wang Xian unsheathed his spiritual sword. The Dragonians around him had drawn their spiritual weapons as well. Bam, bam, bam. One by one, the experts fell to the ground. Wang Xian did not bother looking at them and instead flew to a mountain peak beneath the spiritual energy waterfall, the second dragon vein. Wang Xian looked down at the peak with excitement. Heh, such arrogance from the 9 cauldron worlds. You are not the first person from those worlds to be killed by our Dragon King, and most likely won't be the last either. Dragon Kid spoke with an ear-piercing voice. He surveyed the surroundings with his bloodshot eyes, smacked his tongue, and gradually raised his spiritual blade. Imo Qinglong did not stop the Dragonians. Anyone who tried to deal with the Dragon King and harm him deserved to die. Arg! The shrill cries of death made the hearts of the martial artists of the underworld pound rapidly. Fear was looming in their hearts. The Dragon King was an immortal. Elder Hua, who they had regarded as invincible, had mentioned an immortal expert, and this was it. A true immortal expert before them. They did not know how incredibly powerful an immortal was, but they had an idea of how strong the 25 budding realm experts were. And now, none of those experts from the budding realm and Yao Cauldron world were spared from death. Ah, the taste of blood is so delicious. What a waste that it could not be used to irrigate the pure blood corals. Oh well, kill. One of the Dragonians talked to himself as he licked the blood off his spiritual sword. With a turn of his body, he attacked the group of onlooking martial artists of the underworld. No, they are going to kill us. The massacre party was just getting started. Wang Xian's face lit up with a smile as he heard the wails of the dying masses, seeing the blood essence flowing into the dragon vein. Done. Now we wait for the birth of the dragon vein. It's time to return home. Let's go. Wang Xian left without looking at the dead silent aftermath of the bloodshed. His memories brought him back to the time when the Dragon Palace had been established and the killings that took place. The scenes of countless lives being lost resurfaced in front of him. For many rulers, the path to victory was paved by endless corpses. Those who win get to have their noses up in the air, while those who lose will have their bodies buried 6 feet under. Haha, I found the spiritual energy waterfall. In less than half an hour, another group of martial artists was seen approaching the spiritual energy waterfall. As they looked at the waterfall, far off in mid-air, their eyes became filled with anticipation. They quickened their pace and moved swiftly towards the waterfall. When they finally reached the foot of the mountain, their faces turned pale. They stared at the horrifying scene and broke out in a cold sweat as terror struck them. The place was filled with lifeless corpses. At the same time, another group of menacing-looking experts was spotted in the air. There were about 30 of them, each emitting an aura of terror and might. They had no intention of hiding that they were a bunch of bashful and overbearing beings. Up ahead is the Yao Cauldron world. I wonder if any of the experts have arrived early. Start occupying the spiritual energy waterfall and move according to plan. As the booming voices sounded in the skies, another 9 Cauldron Worlds experts appeared. The heyday of the 9 Cauldron Worlds was about to begin. Chapter 669. Join? A flourishing age was about to begin. Ka. When Wang Xian was flying towards MT Taibai, a terrifying event was happening in the sky above MT Taibai. Sounds of space cracking resounded, alerting all the martial artists who were cultivating. It had been half a month since the battle on MT Taibai. At this moment, several hundreds of thousands of people were scattered densely across the mountain. Among these hundreds of thousands of people, there was a large number of wealthy people and members of some clans that had just entered the ancient martial arts world. With several hundreds of thousands of people occupying this space, there were lots of people becoming martial artists or powerful inborn experts each day. Practicing martial arts could also strengthen one's body. Once, many people didn't know how. With the spiritual energy waterfall falling on their bodies now, everyone could become a powerful martial artist. What's happening? The cracking sounds in the air stunned everyone below the spiritual energy waterfall. All of them lifted their heads while staring into the sky. Oh gosh, what's happening? The sky is breaking up. The space has been ripped apart. What's the situation? What's happening? When the martial artists below the spiritual energy waterfall saw a crack that appeared across the sky suddenly, all of them were astonished. Some martial artists retreated in fear immediately. In the blink of an eye, the entire region became chaotic. Xiao Xian, Lan Qingyue, and the other 3 lifted their heads and squinted their eyes. Based on what Xiao Xian had said, the people from the 9 Cauldron Worlds must have arrived before the estimated date. Be careful. The 5 girls stared at the sky vigilantly. Ka. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a large crack was ripped open in the space above them. The entire crack reached an astounding range of 100 meters. Another sky. There's another sky on the other end. At this moment, an inborn expert exclaimed loudly in shock. From the crack in the space that was ripped open, they could see another world. This terrified a large number of people. What's really happening? Could it be that aliens are invading our world? A young man mumbled while watching in astonishment. Is this one of the 9 Cauldron Worlds that Brother Wang Xian mentioned previously? Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan exchanged glances before turning their attention to the crack. Someone has come out from the crack? Another exclamation reverberated as everyone's eyes couldn't help but constrict. From the other world, another human had appeared. There are lots of them. A light flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes as he stared intensely at the people from one of the 9 Cauldron Worlds. Ha. After a peal of laughter, a man emerged from the crack on a sword. The spiritual sword made an arc in the air as he laughed loudly. The new world. I'm finally here. Flying on a sword? Is that an immortal? Seeing the figure that flew out from the crack on a sword, many martial artists were astounded. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, experts wearing green and white outfits flew out from the crack on their swords one after another. Soon, there were close to 400 to 500 people. The crack is healing. There are so many of them, roughly 500. When Xiao Xian saw the martial artists that had arrived on their swords resembling immortals, she was astounded. They are finally here. I wonder what changes they will bring to the real world. No one could really know what this group of people will do. Luckily, there aren't any Immortal Realm experts. Sun Lingxiu's eyes flickered as she looked at the group of people standing in the air. 500-odd people wasn't a small number. Their green and white outfits fluttered in the wind, and each of them stood proudly in the air. There are quite a number of people here. Are these the martial artists of the current underworld? The first person who emerged from the crack made a circle while observing the new world with interest. Below him, all the martial artists were silent as they stared blankly at him. The 500-odd experts who were standing on their swords in the air looked around them. This was also their first time in this world. We are from the Huang Cauldron world. Get someone who can make a decision to speak to us. An old man looked down while standing on his spiritual sword and questioning in a solemn tone. All the martial artists were taken aback and turned their attention to where Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the girls were at. Everyone in the underworld knew who they were and their status. They were the sister and women of the Dragon King. They were also the strongest among them. Feeling the gazes from the crowd of martial artists, Xiao Yu and the girls frowned slightly. We welcome everyone from the 9 Cauldron worlds. Lan Qingyue took a step forward, clasped her right fist with her left palm, and spoke with great composure. You know we are from the 9 Cauldrons worlds? The young man who was flying on his sword steered his sword towards Lan Qingyue, stopped roughly 10 meters away, and asked curiously, "Are there people from the other 9 Cauldron worlds that have appeared in this world? They have not truly shown themselves. I believe you guys are the first batch that has come in such a big group to this world." Lan Qingyue replied to the young man. You are the leader of them? Their ruler? The old man in the air moved and appeared beside the young man. The surrounding martial artists around them that were on their swords looked around curiously while feeling a little overwhelmed. In the end, all their attention fell on Lan Qingyue, Xiao Yu, and the girls. We are from the dragon sect of the underworld, Lan Qingyue said to the old man while also observing the group of people before them. There were roughly 20 people with strength that was equivalent to hers. As for the rest, they were all Dan realm experts. The old man, who was the only one in a golden outfit, made them feel a little wary. His strength was well hidden and would at least be at the half step to a mortal realm. What made them feel a little more assured was that this group of people didn't seem to have come with a vengeance. In addition, none of them were acting as though they were high and mighty kings. Dragon sect? It must be a powerful sect in the underworld. The old man looked across them before looking over to the surrounding crowd of martial artists. He was slightly surprised and commented, We are from the Yellow Sky Immortal sect of the Huang Cauldron world. Ka. Just as the old man finished his words, in the sky a short distance away, sounds of the space breaking could be heard again. The old man frowned slightly. Those that had come with him were also frowning while their eyes turned as cold as ice. It must be those brats from the Primeval Chaos Immortal sect. The young man beside the old man smirked and commented coldly. The surrounding martial artists of the underworld were taken aback as they revealed astounded expressions. There were more people from the Huang Cauldron world that were arriving. Ka. A golden light appeared across the sky as figure after figure walked out from the crack. All of them lifted their heads arrogantly and were staring at the old man and the group that had arrived moments ago. Feng Jinqing, you guys sure are early. The golden ray faded gradually and a few hundred figures appeared in the air. They smiled at that old man and remarked plainly, You guys aren't too slow either. The old man in the golden outfit replied emotionlessly. There's quite a number of people around. Chapter 670. Xiao Yu's Battle 1. Dressed in golden armor like a heavenly general, the old man looked around with a smiling face. Behind him were a few hundred people in golden armor too. Second Grandpa, according to the news we got, the current underworld has completely gone downhill. But now, it doesn't seem to be that bad since there are a few hundred inborn experts, said the young man beside the armored elder who was staring at the martial artists of the underworld with eyes full of golden radiance. That's due to the spiritual energy waterfall. Half a month is good enough to undergo a complete change. The old armored man was also beaming with golden radiance in his eyes. He swept a gaze at the martial artists below. Not bad. After cleansing, there will be many potential cultivators. Who's in charge over here? The old armored man slightly lifted his head up, and his voice reverberated through the air. Guys, we're from Dragon Sect, and we call the shots here. Lan Xingyue cupped her fist once again to those experts that came out from the Huang Cauldron world. Her? The in-charges are a few pretty girls. Dragon Sect? From now on, the Dragon Sect will join Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect and become our disciples, the old armored man said to Lan Xingyue in a domineering way. Jin Kunming, they belong to Yellow Sky Immortal Sect. You're too late, the old man in golden clothing said to the old armored man coldly. Her. Upon hearing the words, the old armored man darkened his expression. Did you just say we're too late? That's right. The old man in golden clothing nodded gently with a beaming face as he exchanged a glance with the other old man. We, the Dragon Sect, will not join any immortal sects. At this time, Xiao Yu lifted her eyebrows and answered upon hearing their conversation. Haha, Feng Jinqing, did you hear that? They disagree with joining Yellow Sky Immortal Sect. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, the old armored man who was sulking burst out a clap of laughter. Stupid girl. The young man beside Feng Jinqing glared at Xiao Yu angrily. You're the stupid one. So dumb. Who says we're joining the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect? Xiao Yu returned that young man a death stare immediately. You need some teaching. Seeing Xiao Yu glaring at him, the young man pointed at her with slight embarrassment. You deserve a beating. Xiao Yu beckoned with her fingers without showing any feebleness. On top of that, her face was full of contempt. Haha, interesting. The wicked prince of the Huang Cauldron world is challenged by a lass from the real world. How embarrassing. At this time, the young man beside the old armored man, Jin Kunming, trolled the other young man. Jin Huyo, shut up, will you? If you're not convinced, you can spar with me. Upon hearing what Jin Huyo said, that young man was infuriated. Haha, I was not the one who said you deserve a beating. Jin Huyo raised an eyebrow and trolled him. Lass, don't assume that because you're a girl, I won't bully you. Wait till I teach you a lesson. That young man jumped, and his green robe and white shirt billowed without any wind. His long hair gave him the classic look of a handsome boy. However, he was slightly furious. Idiot. Just a slight provocation, and you're losing your cool. Seeing that the young man was staring daggers at her, Xiao Yu snorted. Lan Xingyue, Sun Lingxiu, and the rest laughed but said nothing. None of the people before them were immortal class. With the few of them around, they had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, Xiao Xian would be back in no time. They could still run. You. The young man was raging while Jin Huyo and some of the young men beside him were sneering at him. Lass, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for my mercy. Just you alone? Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at him. Fine, prepare to receive my strike. The young man was boiling with anger. He had just arrived in the real world and was being ridiculed by a lass. To think he was the famous wicked prince in the Huang Cauldron world. Since when had anyone rolled their eyes at him? With a swift movement, green radiance flashed, and the spiritual sword in his hand struck at a daunting speed. You really deserve a beating. Come and lick my shoes. Seeing that the young man struck at her, Xiao Yu pouted and went for it. The sister of the Dragon King and that young man are fighting it out. The group of people standing in the air is too formidable. One might be in danger if they engage in a conflict. Danger? Who knows how strong the Dragon King is? Besides, Princess Xiao Yu apparently knew about the 9 Cauldron worlds. In my opinion, the Dragon King might not be scared of them. That's right. There is no boundary to the Dragon King's strength. If they ever hurt Princess Xiao Yu, it'll be hard to know who the unlucky one is. The group of martial artists commented as they watched Xiao Yu dueling with the young man from the Huang Cauldron world. The Dragon King had always made their jaws drop by killing all the different experts. Many of them were worshipping the Dragon King blindly. So what if those people came from the space crack? In the past, during the fight between the Dragon King, Nie Wushuang, and Emperor Qi, they also broke through the space. TSK, what princess? She's not even fit to be a maidservant. Upon hearing the comments from below, the young man spoke scornfully, sending the sword in his hand towards Xiao Yu at a daunting speed. Someone with fair and tender skin like you could be a prince? You are the eunuch of the palace, right? There was a tinge of surprise flashing in Xiao Yu's eyes as soon as she saw the incoming spiritual sword. She quickly dodged to one side. Bam! The sword brushed across the black armor of Xiao Yu at a fast speed, leaving a faint white mark on it. Her. Xiao Yu was surprised by the speed of the spiritual sword, while the young man was taken aback by the body defense of Xiao Yu. Lass, how dare you say I'm a eunuch? It seems that I'll have to teach you a proper lesson today. A furious flame darted out from the eyes of that young man. He could imagine the sneering looks from those scumbags of primeval chaos immortal sect after the last said he was a eunuch. Feng Jinqing remained quiet as he watched the battle continuing between that young man and that girl. Revealing that young man's strength to deter the martial artists of the real world was not a bad choice either. Wind leaves no trace, but a sword leaves a shadow. Sword shadow. The young man fixed his eyes on Xiao Yu, wielding the spiritual sword in his hand. Instantly, gusts of wind energy gathered around the spiritual sword. Thousands of swords enveloped Xiao Yu. Sword slash. Xiao Yu was looking stern as she swung her left arm, bringing out a colossal ivory shield. The other hand stuck the young man with a black sword. Bam, bam, bam. Thousands of swords left only faint marks on Xiao Yu's ivory shield despite them being level 12 spiritual swords. Only mere white dots were left on the shield. What? There was a slight change in the young man's expression. He was stunned as his spiritual swords were unable to break through that ivory shield's defense. Seeing Xiao Yu sweeping in for an attack, he exclaimed loudly. Wind blast. Chapter 671. Xiao Yu's Battle 2. Wind blast. The young man waved his arm and a strong gust of wind that covered over 1,000 meters swept toward Xiao Yu. The wind blast swept across like a tornado. Xiao Yu snorted and a pair of bone wings appeared behind her in the next instant. The bone wings emitted a black glow as she flapped them lightly. Xiao Yu was unmoved as she charged through the approaching wind blast and directly towards the young man. What? This witch is really strong. The young man exclaimed in surprise once again. Shifting his palm, sword after sword flew out from his space ring. Each sword emitted a dense green glow with layers of wind blades circling it. Weapon set. A set of spiritual equipment made up of 9 separate swords. Moreover, every single sword was a powerful level 12 spiritual sword. 10 pieces of level 12 spiritual equipment. He's darned rich. The spiritual equipment on him definitely played a part in Feng Lingtian being the most demon-like talent in our Huang Cauldron world. That girl isn't simple at all. From her looks, she's probably as old as Feng Lingtian. Yet, her strength is truly terrifying. That girl has the strength of a budding realm expert, and the spiritual equipment on her isn't simple either. That's a little beyond our expectation. How can this be possible? Lingtian is the most outstanding talent in our Huang Cauldron world. Yet, he is on the losing end against another girl. Surrounding the battle, the crowd of people from the Huang Cauldron world looked on in shock at the battle between the young man and Xiao Yu. The young man was the most demon-like talent in the entire Huang Cauldron world and the youngest son of their immortal sects. He had inherited the bloodline of his father. He had reached the budding realm in his 20s and was undoubtedly the strongest among those at his age. He was also considered by the disciples of immortal sects in Huang Cauldron world to be the most demon-like prince. However, the most elite talent of their Huang Cauldron world was being pushed back by a girl in the real world where they had all believed the people were extremely weak. To make things worse, the girl was roughly the age of Feng Lingtian. Everyone was astonished, including Feng Jinqing, whose eyes were flickering. With your level of strength, what gives you the guts and confidence to call yourself young master and act arrogantly to me, your mom? At this moment, Xiao Yu easily defended against the attacks from Feng Lingtian. The bone wings behind her black flapped steadily, and she held a bone sword in one hand and a shield with the other. Her defensive strength was insanely high. Feng Lingtian's attack couldn't injure her in any way. You. This is what you are asking for. Saber Hurricane. Feng Lingtian was clearly embarrassed. He extended both of his arms and manipulated the 10 pieces of level 12 spiritual equipment to circulate around him. The body is the blade. Slash. Boom. Resembling a scale 10 hurricane, terrifying daggers of green-colored energy were forming rapidly around Feng Lingtian. Green-colored energy gathered and formed into swords around him. Spiritual swords and green wind blades that extended over 100 meters surrounded the young man and rotated at an immense speed. Wind attribute was easily one of the fastest among all elements. Boom! Following a series of bone-chilling whistles, the swords were launched towards Xiao Yu. I'll show you my true strength. Xiao Yu had gotten serious. She shook the long sword in her arms and the bone sword extended. In an instant, the bone sword had turned into a black ivory whip that was several dozens of meters long. Terrifying spikes that curved backwards were distributed throughout the ivory whip, making it look extremely gruesome. Xiao Yu swung her arm down, and the ivory whip was flicked towards the young man like an attacking viper. The bone wings, bone shield, and even the ivory whip were part of Xiao Yu's body. Controlling them was extremely easy. The ivory whip penetrated through the saber hurricane and wrapped towards Feng Lingtian. Fuck! Feng Lingtian's face darkened upon seeing the attacking ivory whip. The next instant, he directed the level 12 spiritual swords around him towards the whip. Pa! However, the ivory whip wrapped itself around each long sword and eventually around Feng Lingtian before he could even react to it. PSK, let's see if you still dare to fight with your mom. Xiao Yu pulled her arm back as she shouted. Feng Lingtian was extremely bitter. Just as he attempted to break free, the ivory whip extended even longer and had him completely subdued. His body flew towards Xiao Yu at a terrifying speed. Hey girl, stop. Feng Jinqing was flabbergasted when he saw Feng Lingtian being trapped. He waved his arm and a wind blade slashed towards Xiao Yu. Bam! It's just sparring. Sun Lingxiu swung his arms, and a ray of light met the wind blade, neutralizing it. Bam! Having retracted her ivory whip, Xiao Yu stepped on Feng Lingtian's face as she asked, Do you admit your defeat now? You. A burning sensation cruised through his body as his face turned as dark as coal. He felt as though he had just been forced to eat shit. Pa! Xiao Yu waved her ivory whip which landed on his buttocks directly. At that moment, Feng Lingtian felt as though his flesh was split. Looking down at Feng Lingtian who was below her feet, Xiao Yu smirked and asked again, Are you going to admit your defeat? Arg. You. Feng Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He felt that his pants had definitely split, and there was definitely blood on his buttocks. Moreover, he felt his face was completely swollen. This filled him with humiliation. Stop! Seeing that Sun Lingxiu stopped his attack, Feng Jinqing was slightly surprised. When he witnessed Feng Lingtian being humiliated, the vibes around him changed and a terrifying explosion of aura erupted from him. At that very moment, the color of the sky changed and the surrounding space seemed to have stopped. There wasn't a single gust of wind and everything was silent. TSK. Xiao Yu was shocked by the aura from the old man. She pulled back the ivory whip in her hands and mocked Feng Lingtian. Coward! I look down on you. What kind of man are you if you are asking the elder in your family to stand up for you after losing to me? You. Feng Lingtian was extremely bitter and stared at Xiao Yu. His eyes were full of indignance and anger. What are you looking at? If you've got the guts, let's go for a one-on-one battle again. Xiao Yu gave him a thumbs down with disdain. You have gone too far. Feng Lingtian almost threw up blood upon seeing Xiao Yu's expression. He was the demon-like prince of the Huang Cauldron world, and yet he had not lost in the hands of a little brat in the real world. Moreover, his face had been stepped on and his buttocks whipped by her. His pride as a man was completely shattered. Around them, members of the higher management of the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect were dumbfounded at the words of their prince. Their expressions were a great scene to witness. However, while they were astonished, they were also shocked by Xiao Yu's strength. Terrifying, he wasn't called the most demon-like prince in the Huang Cauldron world for nothing. He was also the strongest disciple among the younger generation of the three immortal sects. I bully you, and you are getting your elders? Xiao Yu lifted her head with contempt, making Feng Lingtian almost throw up blood from anger. He rubbed his face and still threw up after failing to keep it in. Haha, great. Who would have expected this? Who would have expected these girls to possess such strength in the underworld and to have established such a powerful dragon sect? At this moment, Jin Kunming's eyes lit up. He stared at Xiao Yu and said, I represent the immortal realm excellencies of our Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. Join our Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect, and I'll grant you girls 3 elders' positions and a large amount of spiritual equipment and elixir pills. I'm sorry. We have said that we aren't going to join any immortal sect. Lan Xinghua looked across and shook her head at them. The 9 cauldron worlds will descend into the real world soon. The immortal sects will rule the world. There are things you can't control while being in the underworld. Even if you don't wish to, you still have to accept it. Jin Kunming squinted his eyes as he looked at Lan Xinghua and the girls. Chapter 672. You can't have your will when you're in the underworld. There are things you can't control while being in the underworld. After Jin Kunming finished, Jin Huio beside him drew his lips. He sized those people up, including Xiao Yu and Lan Xinghua, with an unknown glimmer in his eyes. How many budding realm experts are there in Dragon Sect? Regardless of the number of budding realm experts you have, do you have any immortals? If you don't have immortal experts, any non-immortal sects will be just ants after the 9 cauldron worlds descend into the real world. Any immortal sect could annihilate you guys with just a lift of a finger. Hence, your best choice is to join Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. As he spoke, he swept his gaze across those martial artists of the underworld. Those who have advanced to Inborn Realm are qualified to join Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. Those who are not can become menial disciples. That's right. This is not an invitation, but Jin Kunming opened his mouth while his hand took out a little golden bell. The bell slowly grew larger in size in his palm. Boom! The sound of the bell echoed, just like a clap of thunder. It's the Emperor's bell. Feng Jinqing, at one side, revealed a shocked expression while he let out an exclamation involuntarily. Emperor's bell. Little did I expect them to bring the Emperor's Bell of Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect here. The Emperor's Bell is a compelling spiritual weapon of immortal class level. It can grow in size and emit golden radiance for a complete wipeout. Be it besieging or killing people, its strength is extremely daunting. The disciples of Yellow Sky Immortal Sect were looking all stern as they stared at the golden bell with a surprised look. OM. The Emperor's Bell rose to the air and grew to a size of 100 meters, exuding domineering mightiness. From today onwards, the Dragon Sect members will join our Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. Any objections? You, martial artists of the underworld, will join Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. Any objections? The bright and clear voice reverberated across over a radius of 10 kilometers, striking terror into every martial artist. All of them had the impulse to worship the Emperor's Bell in the air. What a mighty power! They are not even the strongest among the immortal sects. How scary could the immortals they mentioned be such that we are ants if we don't join the immortal sect? Is that the strength of an immortal sect? Can Dragon Sect resist it? This golden bell is too domineering. What a mighty power! The group of martial artists of the underworld was aghast as they lifted their heads with difficulties. Their legs were even trembling. Even an inborn expert could not directly gaze at that golden bell. You can't have your will when you're in the underworld. All the experts of the underworld had mixed expressions. If the 9 powerful worlds were going to descend into the real world, they were only left with joining the immortal sect. Staying out was impossible, as this was the underworld. This is our first time being forced to join the immortal sect. Lan Xingyue cast a gaze at the Emperor's bell in the air before she turned to look at Jin Kunming with a slightly stern look. We have no choice. Jin Kunming revealed a faint smile. Before all the immortal sects arrive in the real world, we came out in advance to set our ground. Controlling some of the underworld forces in the real world is our best choice. You can't have your will when you're in the underworld, not even for the immortal sects. Thus, surrender to our immortal sect. After Jin Kunming finished his overbearing speech, all the experts from Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect moved under the Emperor's bell. Close to 30 domineering budding realms were shrouded under the dazzling golden radiance of the Emperor's bell. As they exuded their godlike mightiness, they looked as though they were the golden guards and generals from heaven. Under the Emperor's bell, their strength received a significant boost. We're too late. Feng Jinqing was looking dreadful at one side. Their most wicked disciple in the immortal sect had lost to a girl, undermining the reputation of the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect. And now, the Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect had established an invincible prestige with the help of the mighty Emperor's Bell. The Dragon Sect might just join the Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect too. Lass, join the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect, and you'll get enough benefits. Feng Lingtian darkened his expression once he realized the problem. Thus, he growled at Xiao Yu with a low voice. Join a loser like you? Xiao Yu slightly lifted her head and sneered at Feng Lingtian. You. Seeing her expression, Feng Lingtian almost wanted to vomit blood. It's true that you can't have your will in the underworld, but dragons can roar through the sky in the underworld, said Lan Xingyue as she stared at the old man with a broad smile. Her? So you're saying you want to rule the world? Jin Kunming narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lan Xingyue. Those budding realm experts from Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect on the top glared at Lan Xingyue. A domineering godlike mightiness enveloped her immediately. With a change in her expression, gray energy rose from Lan Xingyue. I'll give you one last chance. Jin Kunming continued to fix his expressionless eyes on Lan Xingyue. If the Dragon Sect agreed to join, that would be the best. Otherwise, it did not matter. They wanted to build their prestige and godlike reputation. It was not a bad idea to use them as an example to forewarn the rest. SSS. All the experts below revealed stern looks. All of them could tell what Jin Kunming was trying to do. Their expressions were extremely complicated. I don't think Dragon King could beat the mightiness exuded by the huge golden bell in the air. Plus 30 domineering budding realm experts. I guess the Dragon Sect is in trouble this time. At this time, all the martial artists of the underworld had cold feet. These people before them were invincible. Lan Xingyue, Sun Lingxiu, Ajaya, Xiao Yu, and Elder Feng were looking dreadful. Without the presence of that terrifying Emperor's Bell, they would have had the confidence of breaking through the siege. But that Emperor's Bell of level 13 was much scarier than the level 13 truncheon in Ajaya's hand. Her. At this time, Xiao Yu sensed something. She quickly gazed off and exhibited a smile. Brother is back? Her. Lan Xingyue and the rest were slightly stunned as they spun around and heaved a sigh of relief. Smiles surfaced on their faces. Oh really? More and more people came from the 9 Cauldron Worlds. Wang Xian had rushed over here from Gouda Mountain Range. Seeing the Emperor's Bell that was emitting godlike mightiness above MT Tai Bai, he let out a sigh. Cold radiance flashed in his eyes. I have never provoked anyone from the 9 Cauldrons worlds, but if people from these worlds provoke me, don't blame me for it. Wang Xian's eyes were getting colder as he hovered to Lan Xingyue and Xiao Yu at a rapid speed. Who are you? Jin Kunming shouted coldly when he saw Wang Xian and a group of Dragonians flying over. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Xian took a glance at him and ignored him. Seeing that Lan Xingyue was shrouded within the mightiness of the Golden Bell, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A really good saying you've got. You can't have your will when you're in the underworld. I don't wish to kill, but people just want to dig their own graves. I'm killing you guys. Wang Xian's cold voice echoed. Chapter 673, Peerless in the World. I'm killing you guys. When Wang Xian's voice reverberated across, the hundreds of thousands of martial artists from the underworld gasped. They looked to the sky instantly. When they saw that familiar figure, their eyes lit up. The Dragon King is still the Dragon King. He's still as domineering and fearless in the face of strong enemies. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld couldn't help but be impressed. A guy courting his own death. Upon hearing Wang Xian, killing intent flashed across Jin Kunming's eyes as he stared harshly at Wang Xian. The group of experts from the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect stared at Wang Xian in astonishment. Who is he? What gives him the guts to be so arrogant? Wang Xian's cold gaze swept across the surrounding crowd and eventually landed on Lan Qingyue, Xiao Yu and the girls. He asked, "What's the matter?" "Brother, they are forcing our dragon sect to join the primeval chaos immortal sect. If we don't agree, they are going to annihilate us." Xiao Yu pointed at Jin Kunming and the group while speaking with anger. 9 budding realm experts and a group of Dan realm experts. It's not surprising that you are so arrogant and haughty. Jin Huio stared harshly at Wang Xian and remarked, "It seems like you guys aren't willing to join our primeval chaos immortal sect." Wang Xian turned around gradually, and his gaze fell on the group from the primeval chaos immortal sect. He said, "I'll give you guys 2 options too right now. Get down on your knees now or die." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Wang Xian, Jin Huio couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Brat, what the hell are you saying?" "What am I saying?" Wang Xian's eyes flickered while staring at Jin Huio. He waved his arm and a water rope appeared around his neck all of a sudden. Jin Huio was astonished. Even Jin Kunming, who was standing by the side, was taken aback as his pupils constricted unconsciously. Slash! Jin Kunming lifted his palm and slashed down on the water rope. Wang Xian wasn't bothered at all. The water rope glowed in brilliant blue light. Wang Xian gave it a tug, and Jin Huio was pulled towards him directly. What? Jin Huio was flabbergasted as he released dense golden rays from his body. Bam! However, at this instant, a short figure flashed across everyone's eyes. The skull exploded and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Darn piece of shit. You won't have to know what our Dragon King is saying ever again. Dragon Spirit held a dagger in his hand, and his emotionless voice resounded. Boom! When Jin Huio was killed directly, the group from the Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect was instantly roused. How dare you kill the people from our Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect? You guys are definitely going to die. Jin Kunming's expression was a little contorted from anger as he growled. His angry roar reverberated throughout the surrounding 10 kilometers. It seems like you guys are choosing the second option. In that case, just die. Wang Xian lifted his arm and 5 flying swords flew out of his space ring instantly. Haha, kill. Behind him, the group of Dragonians moved and charged towards the experts from the Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect directly. Kill them. Witnessing Wang Xian and the group's overbearing actions, Jin Kunming shouted angrily. He lifted both of his hands, and the Emperor's bell glowed dazzlingly under his control. Asking my dragon sect to join your immortal sect? Is your Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect qualified? Wang Xian stared at Jin Yuankuen. Moving his hands slightly, 5 level 12 spiritual swords attacked suddenly. Layers of ripples were formed over the 5 spiritual swords. This was the Tear Blade technique. Under the frightening controllability of Wang Xian, the Tear Blade technique could reach several tens of tiers. In other words, a single attack would damage one several tens of times. Boom! At this instant, the golden light in the sky illuminated the entire space. Terrifying sounds carried immense golden-colored energy and swept towards Wang Xian. Level 13 spiritual equipment. How well could you utilize the strength in it? Contempt filled Wang Xian's eyes. He flexed his body, and a ball of water energy instantly surrounded the Emperor's bell. The water energy was pumped under the impact of the golden-colored energy. However, the golden rays weren't able to penetrate the water energy. This isn't possible. This is spiritual equipment used by an immortal. Jin Kunming was at a loss of words when he saw Wang Xian instantly stopping the attack of the Emperor's Bell. With a horrified expression, he stared at Wang Xian. You are an immort. Swish, swish, swish. However, at this instant, 5 spiritual swords landed on the golden defensive outfit on him. The spiritual swords penetrated through his body easily. Ow! Jin Kunming's eyes widened with disbelief and indignance as his jaw dropped. Unable to put up any resistance, he was killed instantly without even being able to put up any forms of resistance. Sword explosion. Wang Xian turned around, manipulated the 5 spiritual swords to stick together and surrounded them with the blue-colored ball of light. Boom! A 1,000-meter-long sword slashed across the experts from the primeval chaos immortal sect. Shit! Stop it! Stop it! 30 budding realm experts from the primeval chaos immortal sect were completely scared out of their wits as some of them screamed. Layer after layer of golden doors appeared before them. Explode! Wang Xian shouted. Several 1,000-meter-long swords exploded, transforming into countless water swords that were only a meter long and launched towards the group of budding realm experts. The 5 pieces of spiritual equipment were the fiercest weapons. As they slashed across, they severed the head of budding realm expert after budding realm expert. Arg! 30 budding realm experts were dying at a frightening speed. Experts were like dogs and easily slaughtered. Around them, the Dragonians emitted a pungent smell of blood as they charged ahead for the kill. Gulp! Immortal! Feng Jinqing's eyes widened, and he stood on the spot and stared at Wang Xian in horror. His body was shivering a little from fear. Everything was like an ant before an immortal. Only an immortal would be an extraordinary existence. However, they would have never expected this young man to be an immortal. To their astonishment, the leader of the dragon sect was an immortal. There is an immortal realm existence in the real world. The other people from the yellow sky immortal sect around him could also feel their scalps going numb. Budding realm experts were dying with just a wave of his hand. If he wasn't at the immortal realm, who would be? The Dragon King is invincible. The Dragon King is awesome. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld below the battle was completely stunned. Their eyes widened and were filled with admiration and shock. Once again, the Dragon King had easily annihilated experts whom they had thought were invincible. Some martial artists even wanted to go on their knees and pray to Wang Xian. Too strong. He's truly peerless in the world. The brother of that brat is an immortal realm existence just like my father. Feng Lingtian's expression darkened and his legs went soft. He felt extremely bitter and embarrassed. Wang Xian waved his arm again, and the Emperor's Bell shrank, gradually under his control. In the end, the Emperor's Bell landed in Wang Xian's hand. Wang Xian turned it in his hand before looking to the remaining group of people from the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect. Were they involved in this previously? SSS. Upon hearing Wang Xian, everyone in the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect couldn't help but take a step back in fear. Feng Jinqing's lips trembled as he said, Your Excellency, Brother, that brat was fighting with me a while ago, but called upon his elder when he couldn't win. Help me watch out for the rest while I spar with him again. Before Feng Jinqing could finish his words, Xiao Yu pointed at Feng Lingtian and was eager to fight again. Chapter 674. Opportunity for Marine Creatures. When Feng Lingtian heard what Xiao Yu said, he flared. His facial expression switched from fiery redness to a pale-looking color. He stared at Xiao Yu, gritted his teeth, and could not help but rage. Let me tell you, lass, I'm ready to fight. Feng Lingtian raised the spiritual sword in his hand and bellowed angrily. Fine. Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes and cracked her ivory whip before she observed Feng Lingtian with ill intentions. I tell you, don't, Feng Lingtian said with mixed expression. Don't attack my face and butt. Hee. Isn't this the wicked prince from Huang Cauldron World? Why is he acting like a coward now? Xiao Yu made a swift move and flicked her ivory whip at him. Feng Lingtian was aghast as he hurriedly lifted his spiritual sword to block the incoming attack. Pack. However, whips were not weapons that could be countered by usual weapons. Whips focused on twining and whipping. The spiritual sword was totally ineffective when it came to defending against whips. Wind Sword's circulating shield. Seeing that his weapon got wrapped around by the whip, Feng Lingtian released his sword while another 9 spiritual swords surfaced beside him. When the 9 spiritual swords spun in his surroundings at rapid speed, it formed a wind shield for defense. Do you think you can defend against it? Xiao Yu snorted, and the tip of the ivory whip wriggled like a poisonous snake, darting straight at the spiritual swords. Xiao Yu's bones were far more compelling than any level 12 spiritual weapon, which were overkill for her opponents of the same level regardless of defense or attack. Damn! The ivory whip wriggled through the windshields and attempted to wrap around Feng Lingtian's body. He could not help but let out a scream as he staggered back to dodge it. Pack! However, at this time, the ivory whip transformed into devilish shadows, aiming for his butt area. I said, "Don't hit that place." Feng Lingtian growled furiously. Without a change in her expression, Xiao Yu flicked her whip again, aiming for his back. Darn! Feng Lingtian was in an embarrassing state. With a stagger, he immediately ran away and hid. "Do you think you can run away from me?" Xiao Yu asked sarcastically. "Try chasing me." Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth. As he moved, wind-like shadows surrounded him as he flitted away. Xiao Yu remained unwavering. She swung her arm and swept out her ivory whip. "Trying to catch up with me? That's impossible." Feng Lingtian ground his teeth with more and more shadows appearing around him. Instantly, a few hundred shadows were all over the place. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned as she swept her whip at one of the shadows. The figure could not dodge it in time, and vanished under her whip. Shadow drift is a battle technique developed by my father for fleeing. It's impossible to catch up with me. Feng Lingtian called out as he drifted again with figures covering more than 10 kilometers. Oh really? Xiao Yu did not believe his words. She moved her hand, and her whip flicked even harder at those figures. After she struck down more than 10 figures, he was still nowhere to be seen. Seeing Xiao Yu getting anxious, Feng Lingtian was even more proud than ever. Haha, I told you so. I am formidable. You'll never be able to catch up with me. Xiao Yu was agitated. Brother, do you have any item to track this fellow down? Wang Xian slightly paused when he heard Xiao Yu. With a smile on his face, he swung his arms and tossed a level 12 water dragon ball to her. Brother, how do I use this? Asked Xiao Yu inquisitively. Roar. At this time, a roar was heard from the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball transformed into a 10-meter marine divine dragon while he roared into the sky. Dark clouds gathered instantly in the sky as rain began to fall. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned as she saw the rainwater passing through all of Feng Lingtian's virtual shadows, which were wind-attributed. A cold smile surfaced on her face. Now, let's see where you can hide. You cheat. You called upon your guardian. Upon seeing such a situation, Feng Lingtian was horrified as he exclaimed. We took turns. Now it's fair. There was slyness in Xiao Yu's eyes as she waved her ivory whip around. Each flick of her whip landed on Feng Lingtian. The people from Yellow Sky Immortal Sect below the mountain twitched their lips. All of them were dumbfounded. The wicked prince of the Huang Cauldron world was getting whipped by a girl in the real world, and he had no means to resist it. His entire body swelled by 2 times, losing all its previous chic. He was the son of an immortal, a supreme talent of Huang Cauldron. This might turn out to be a good thing. Feng Jinqing threw a glance at Wang Xian and heaved a sigh of relief instead. A smile surfaced on his face. The beating that Feng Lingtian took might help them to avoid a crisis. Upon hearing the shrieks from the surroundings, Wang Xian shook his head with a grin. Since when did Xiao Yu have such a hobby? This was the first time he'd seen this. The rest of the girls, including Lan Qingyue, were smiling from ear to ear. Dragon King, we got a message from the Dragonians. There is another spiritual energy waterfall from the sky not far away from our dragon palace. At this time, Mo Qinglong appeared beside Wang Xian and reported to him. There's a spiritual energy waterfall in the sea? Wang Xian froze for a moment before radiance flashed in his eyes. Yes, Mo Qinglong nodded. Great. There was a tinge of excitement in Wang Xian's eyes. With a spiritual energy waterfall in the ocean, this might be an excellent resource for the entire Dragon Palace and Marine race. Qingyue, Lingxiu, Ajaya, Elder Fong. We'll be leaving soon. Are you guys going back? Wang Xian nodded with force as he swept his glance at those people from Yellow Sky Immortal Sect. He drew his lips slightly. Another spiritual energy waterfall emerged from the sea. This could be a great advantage for the marine creatures. We will need to start planning for the Dragon Palace too. Xiao Yu, we're heading back. Wang Xian shouted to Xiao Yu, who was in the air, whipping Feng Lingtian with excitement. Yes, brother. Xiao Yu nodded and snorted coldly. I'll bash you up whenever I see you next time, so you can remember my prowess. Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth as he trembled. Seeing his swollen body, tears welled up in his eyes. For the first time, he'd been beaten so badly. Just you wait. I'll take revenge. Feng Lingtian lowered his head with determination as he clenched his fist. Hee hee. Xiao Yu chuckled with contempt. She flitted to Wang Xian and grinned. The 9 cauldron worlds will soon descend. In the future, the immortal sects will dominate the entire underworld. Since the underworld forces are weak, you can join any immortal sects for protection. Practice hard from now on. Wang Xian looked around at the martial artists of the underworld and reminded them. As soon as he finished his words, he nodded to Sui Clan and Shao Clan before he hovered away. Behind him, Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the rest of the Dragon Sect members followed. Wang Xian had to make full use of this opportunity for the marine creatures. Chapter 675. The Dolphin Princess, 1. The sea was vast and boundaryless with ample resources. In the legends, there were various immortal islands where the immortals would live. Since ancient times, the sea was always filled with mysteries and attractions. On this very day, a pink yacht was steering on the sea without any particular destination. Melodious musical notes sounded and lingered in the surroundings, creating a perfect symphony with the sounds of the waves. At the edge of the pink yacht, a young girl in a white dull dress was standing on the deck on the second floor. Before her, a beautiful zither was placed. As melodious music sounded from her zither, she looked at the surroundings of the yacht with radiant smiles. Around her, several hundreds of dolphins were following the yacht. From time to time, dolphins would leap out from the water and look in the direction where the girl was. Since our Missy rescued this pod of dolphins from the herd of tiger whales, they have been following our Missy. Furthermore, the pod of dolphins has grown to over a few hundred. Look, there are pink and white dolphins. They are simply too cute and beautiful. Those are pink bottlenose dolphins, while the white dolphins are the Indo-Pacific humpback dolphins. Both species are relatively rare dolphins. These dolphins know about gratitude and have been following our Missy. Moreover, they will jump out of the water from time to time to see our Missy from a distance. They are really cute. On the lower deck, a group of 4 to 5 girls stood looking exhilaratingly at these dolphins. Swoosh! At this moment, a pink dolphin jumped out of the sea beside the yacht. The 2-meter dolphin jumped over a height of 12 meters towards the girl on the second level. Ding ding! The notes from the zither stopped suddenly as the girl was surprised to see the pink bottlenose dolphin. It had jumped over 12 meters to come to the side of that girl. The girl flicked the zither lightly, and a ball of seawater surrounded the dolphin and suspended before her. Wong wong. The pink bottlenose dolphin opened its mouth, and a unique voice came from it. Huh, what did you say? You are bringing me to a place? The girl looked at the pink bottlenose dolphin with surprise as she extended her hand over to touch its head. Wong wong. Dolphins communicated through sound waves. However, at this very moment, it seemed capable of expressing something. It was extremely amazing. The girl was also taken aback. A dolphin jumping over a dozen meters high and even talking to her? That was truly strange. Follow you. Hearing the voice, the girl was shocked. The dolphin nodded its head brightly and wiggled its pectoral fins, signaling its desire to land. The girl nodded, flicked her fingers lightly on the zither, and sent the dolphin into the sea. Wong wong. Several pink bottlenose dolphins and Indo-Pacific humpback dolphins in the sea looked towards her before swimming in a direction next to the yacht. Several hundreds of dolphins were leading at the front. Follow the pod of dolphins. The melodious voice of the girl was conveyed to the lower deck. Yes, Missy. On the lower deck, the female servants responded immediately. They steered the yacht and followed behind the pod of dolphins. How are these dolphins so smart? How did I understand a little about the sound waves they emitted? Moreover, what's their purpose of asking me to follow them? The girl in the white dress was astounded. If Wang Xian were here, he would definitely recognize her. Tang Yinxian from the Heavenly Sound Sect. However, since the Heavenly Sound Sect had been annihilated, Tang Yinxian had returned home and kept herself distanced from the matters of the underworld. Even when the spiritual energy waterfall appeared in the underworld, she didn't think about exploiting this opportunity. As she was feeling bored about her dry life, she brought a few female servants with her to the sea to relax. Several days ago, she had saved a pod of dolphins from a herd of tiger whales. After curing them of their injuries, this pod of dolphins had been following her. Moreover, what truly shocked her was that this pod of dolphins was extremely intelligent. In fact, one could even say that they were rather strong. To be able to jump a dozen-odd meters in a single leap, that was not any weaker than a level 4 or 5 martial artist. These dolphins know about gratitude and are pure and cute. I can spend some time in the sea with them. Tang Yinxian showed a faint smile, placed both of her hands on the zither, and started playing. Melodious musical notes could be heard once again. Wong wong. At this moment, the dolphins in the sea seemed to be responding. This cheered Tang Yinxian up. However, what she didn't notice was that when the group of dolphins made their sounds, the surrounding water was changing and moving in the opposite direction of before. Dolphins were the smartest creatures in the sea. The dolphins in the vicinity of the Dragon Palace had learned about cultivation after being through a session of Tao preaching. In fact, some unique dolphins with great chance encounters had already become rather strong. The entire sea had started to change a little after the Dragon King preached Tao to the marine creatures. At this moment, Tang Yinxian suddenly felt a gush of spiritual energy. She lifted her head slightly, looked ahead, and was filled with surprise. In the air some distance away, white-colored spiritual energy fell from the sky. Snow-white energy was falling on an island. The entire sea island was completely shrouded in the spiritual energy waterfall. In fact, in some areas, the water shrouded in the spiritual energy waterfall was a few thousand meters away from the island. The entire region was just like an immortal region on the sea or the immortal islands in the legends. This is a spiritual energy waterfall. There's a spiritual energy waterfall here. Tang Yinxian's jaw dropped slightly as she revealed an exquisite look of shock. Wong wong. At this moment, she could hear the voices of several dolphins. Several pink bottlenose dolphins had turned around and were facing her. I'll be heading over now. Tang Yinxian hesitated for a few seconds before grabbing her zither, jumping off and diving towards the sea. Wong wong. A dolphin exposed its back, and the intention was clear. Tang Yinxian chuckled, landed on it, and said, "Thank you, cutie." Wong wong. A joyous voice came from the dolphin below her. Several hundred dolphins led Tang Yinxian towards the spiritual energy waterfall. Once they entered the region shrouded in the spiritual energy waterfall, the pod of dolphins was in ecstasy. Wong wong. At this moment, Tang Yinxian realized that there were several hundred additional dolphins around this region. Several pink bottlenose dolphins and the Indo-Pacific humpback dolphin seemed to see her as their leader as they surrounded her. Wong wong. You are asking me to dive down with you? Wang Wang. All right, lead me down then. Gulp. Two pink dolphins swam to the sides of Tang Yinxian. Suddenly, they released a bubble from their mouths that surrounded Tang Yinshuan's head. I'm good. Let me do it myself. Tang Yinxian chuckled upon witnessing it. She had practiced water attribute cultivation arts after all. She would be fine even if she dived into the sea for several days. Seeing the cute dolphins surrounding her, Tang Yinxian felt extremely lighthearted. Spending time with simple creatures like them could help her forget any worries or displeasure. Chapter 676. The Dolphin Princess 2. There are actually mountain ranges under the sea, and the spiritual energy waterfall is pouring into them. Many underwater creatures are gathered around here too. Tang Yinxian came to the bottom of the sea as she surveyed the surroundings with a face of surprise. There were all kinds of marine creatures rushing toward the spiritual energy waterfall. The marine creatures, after enlightenment, came close to the spiritual energy waterfall out of instinct. Buzz! More than 400 dolphins swam around and gathered at a mountain in the sea. These dolphins surrounded her in the center. To Tang Yinshuan's surprise, these dolphins began to cultivate. That's right, cultivate. She could sense the dolphins guiding the spiritual energy into their bodies. Most surprising of all the dolphins gathered and released an ultrasonic wave that contained a unique kind of energy. This energy guided spiritual energy into their bodies. Instantly, a vast amount of energy entered their bodies. Tang Yinxian was dumbfounded as she quickly looked to another side. She noticed many marine creatures were cultivating, absorbing the spiritual energy. This was shocking to her. Did the living creatures in the sea know anything about the art of cultivation? Sensing spiritual energy was circulating around her, Tang Yinxian set aside her curiosity and sat beside the dolphins. All the dolphins were packed together while she sat on top, just like a dolphin princess. She sat cross-legged and began her cultivation. The spiritual energy waterfall was an ultimate chance encounter. Ding ding. Suddenly, the zither beside her let out a crisp and clear sound. She opened her eyes, feeling stunned. She sensed ultrasonic waves rippling above her, forming a special kind of control power. Sound had power too. Even though it was not part of the 9 attributes, sound could kill. Heavenly Sound Sect only knew a little about the use of sound. The rest was dependent on attributes. Take Tang Yinxian, for instance. She was water attributed, combining water energy with sound as a means of combat. But the true combat capability still came from water energy. The sound only played the role of interference. However, the sound that the dolphins gave off could affect physical items, albeit small. She seemed to have some understanding as she placed her hands on the zither, playing special music that merged with the sonic waves of the dolphins. Instantly, Tang Yinxian and the dolphins' speed of absorbing spiritual energy sharply increased. Bouts of spiritual energy swamped their bodies. Their cultivation levels were boosted at a frenzied speed. After some time, she sensed a fierce aura around her as ferocious sharks swam over to her. The pod of dolphins panicked while Tang Yinxian remained unwavering. She closed her eyes and placed both hands on the zither, striking the incoming sharks with water ripples. Growl! The pod of sharks scattered in horror. The dolphins let out a thrilling sound as they looked up at Tang Yinxian before they continued their cultivation. Boom boom. Not knowing how much time had passed, one could hear battling coming from above while a terrifying aura spread out, striking fear into some marine creatures. Tang Yinxian sensed the domineering aura and had a slight change in her expression. Luckily, I got them to leave first, or else. She let out a sigh of relief and continued her practice. At this time, a few thousand people were gathering around the middle of the spiritual energy waterfall. 50-odd middle-aged and old men in peculiar clothes stood at the center of an island while white-colored spiritual energy fell upon them. Hayak. Right in the middle was an elder with a gray poisonous snake coiling around his neck. The viper stuck out its bloody red tongue that was half-meter long while the old man revealed a sinister smile as he stuck out his tongue too. His tongue was also of equal length as the viper and looked horrible. The old man then licked the tongue of the viper with his tongue. The scene looked extremely creepy. Beside him, more than hundreds of corpses were lying around on the floor. He craned up and stared at the spiritual energy waterfall, rolling his tongue. This chance encounter belongs to the creepy snake group. Don't think you can occupy it. Dashi, you had your chance encounter in China earlier on. Now? Haha, you don't even dare to set foot there. An old man who was wearing a red metallic mask, with a red coat, spoke with a sarcastic voice. This is not solely your chance encounter. Hayak, alien, you can go to China and have a taste yourself. Both of you stop it. The three forces will divide this place equally. Any objections? At this time, a sharp woman's voice came from opposite the old man with a metallic mask. This woman was wearing extremely revealing clothes, exposing her baby skin. She looked extremely bewitching. The frightening things were her heads. She had two, one of which was extremely ugly, and the other one was gorgeous. Dual-head Yin Mei, you need to ask Dashi if he has any objections, said the old man with the red mask. I want the spot at the bottom of the sea. Who dares to fight with me, for it shall die. Dashi twisted his body like a snake as he rose into the air. My people, grab this opportunity and begin your cultivation. He let out a sharp voice. Who? As soon as he finished his sentence, the sea snakes suddenly sprang out of the sea. Each of them was about 3 meters long, with shirtless people sitting on them. There were mixed genders, and their bodies were wound by snakes. Almost 500 people filled the entire region. 500 creepy snake palace guards trying to take over the marine region? Wouldn't that be a waste? A flame rose from the head of that red-masked elder. The flame formed a human figure, staring at Dashi with a pair of blazing eyes. Not at all. Hayak, you can also get your guys to cultivate with my men in the water too. It doesn't matter. Dashi wetted his lips. With a swift movement, he came to the sea right beside the island. With his triangular eyes, he stared at the red-masked elder and dual-headed woman. I welcome you to join me down here. Hee. A flick of flame flashed on Alien's mask as he turned to the dual-headed woman. Let's take the center as the dividing line, and we'll each occupy half. Fine. Once the three domineering forces finished their negotiations, they sat cross-legged and began their cultivation immediately. They didn't fight. Not so fast. We just made a huge commotion. Someone will be here soon. Even if there's no one, we can surely attract those immortal-class beings in the sea. Haha, I hope they fight. How wonderful to have immortal-class corpses. The group of people did not realize 2 pairs of bloodshot eyes were staring at them from above. Their eyes were filled with blood and appeared maniacal. The spiritual energy waterfall was an ultimate chance encounter to the cultivators in the real world. Similarly, it was an excellent chance encounter for the Cauldron world too. However, it was a terrible catastrophe to Tang Yinxian and the marine creatures in the ocean. Chapter 677. The Premature Deaths of Marine Race. Whoosh! At this moment, savage aura diffused into the sea below the spiritual energy waterfall and alerted the marine creatures in the surroundings who were cultivating. More than 500 members of the creepy snake group rode on sea snakes into the sea. Their eyes were locked on the densely populated sea creatures in the surroundings, but they did not make a move. Master! At this moment, the crowd of creepy snake group members greeted respectfully as Dashi entered into the sea while flicking his long tongue. Despite being in the sea, their voices weren't affected. Hee, there are so many marine creatures around. Dashi commented plainly. The eyes of the gray poison snake lit up a red light. It moved and charged towards the marine creatures around to devour them. When it opened its mouth, the seemingly average-sized mouth could surprisingly extend to 2 to 3 meters. Its mouth looked just like a bottomless pit. Hee, they have absorbed some spiritual energy. My baby is going to get a sumptuous meal. She was pleasantly surprised as he looked across the densely packed marine creatures around him. Yes, master. Members of the creepy snake group made creepy smiles and patted the bodies of the sea snakes below them. The next moment, these snakes charged towards the surrounding marine creatures and started devouring them. They were terrifyingly quick. Not a single sea snake out of the hundreds was weaker than the inborn realm. And the martial artists that were on the sea snakes were similarly not any weaker than the inborn realm. Swish, swish, swish. The sea snakes attacked various marine creatures at a frenzied pace. This resulted in all the creatures in the region fleeing away in fear. At this very moment, Tang Yinxian, who was cultivating, was alarmed. She opened her eyes right away and looked in shock in the direction before her. Shit! Seeing countless marine creatures fleeing frantically, her expression changed drastically. Get out of here! Quick! She stood up and shouted at the surrounding dolphins right away. The pod of dolphins had also picked up the scent of blood as they wiggled their bodies frantically. Run! Tang Yinxian moved her fingers across the zither to make a rushed note that was transmitted to the dolphins. Each dolphin turned around immediately and fled in the opposite direction. Grr! However, she suddenly heard a scream and a sea snake appeared before them. A naked middle-aged man was sitting on the sea snake. Oh, there's a beautiful lady here too. Hee. Who would have expected a beautiful lady to be cultivating here? This pod of dolphins seems to be under your control. Haha, it's been a long time since I've met a beautiful lady. Moreover, it's a dolphin princess. Lust gleamed in the eyes of the middle-aged man. He extended his hand to touch the black liquid at the edge of the sea snake's mouth, licked his fingers and said, Hey, pretty, come here. Shit, what is this? Seeing the middle-aged man riding the sea snake, Tang Yinxian was flabbergasted. She moved her arm, placed both of her hands on her zither, and started playing. A water arrow shot towards the middle-aged man instantly. Don't even think of escaping. The middle-aged man showed his perverse excitement. Pulling both of his hands back, a snake skin-like object covered his entire body. At the same time, two poisonous fangs appeared in his hand. The sea snake below him charged towards Tang Yinxian at a terrifying speed. Wong wong. Arg. At this moment, the dolphins around Tang Yinxian made a unified piercing sound which reverberated towards the middle-aged man and the sea snake as an attack. The next instant, a blood-curdling scream came from the middle-aged man. That sea snake was also shivering and remained stationary on its spot. What's happening? A nonchalant voice sounded and Tang Yinxian could sense 7 to 8 powerful existences charging towards her. Run. We've got to run quickly. Tang Yinxian was astonished. She turned around, placed her hands on the zither, and started playing and launching water waves to the 8 middle-aged and old men sitting on the sea snakes behind them. There's a beautiful girl on the dolphins. Catch them. Ha. When the members of the creepy snake group saw Tang Yinxian, they charged rapidly ahead as though they were sharks that had picked up the scent of blood. Inborn level sea snakes were exceptionally fast, and the dolphins couldn't be compared to them at all. GG. The next instant, 5 to 6 dolphins at the back were attacked by the sea snakes. Their bodies were bitten through in an instant as they fell to the sea bed, vitality slipping out of their bodies. Scumbags. When Tang Yinxian saw a few dolphins being killed, she was infuriated. Water arrow after water arrow was launched towards them. However, the attacks from Tang Yinxian, who was just at the inborn realm, were easily avoided. Hey pretty, don't run anymore. A middle-aged man lowered his stance suddenly as he made a straight dash towards Tang Yinxian. Tang Yinxian was taken aback. Shifting her arm, she drew the long sword kept within the zither of Hao Zhong and slashed towards the middle-aged man. Bam! I got you, pretty. The middle-aged man withstood her attack with the 2 exceptional large poison fangs in his hands and revealed a sly smile. Tang Yinxian instantly felt pain from her belly. Lowering her head, she saw that the fangs of the sea snake had sunk into her. The next instant, she felt her whole body going numb. Screech, screech, screech. What? Suddenly, the middle-aged man with a sly smile instantly felt as though 10,000 needles were penetrating his ears as his body went stiff. Bam! A pink dolphin that had stayed aside previously had now crashed heavily into his abdomen. Tang Yinxian took the opportunity to stab the spiritual sword in her hand into the body of that middle-aged man. After completing her action, she felt her whole body go numb as she slouched onto the dolphin below her. Wong wong. That pink bottlenose dolphin let out a shrill cry. Instantly, several dozen dolphins stopped and attacked the 7 members from the creepy snake group frantically. Kill. Kill all these dolphins. A middle-aged man growled in fury. Swish, swish, swish. A short distance away, other members of the creepy snake group rushed over immediately after picking up on the commotion. The marine creatures here seem to understand cultivation arts. Don't let even a single one escape. They would be greatly beneficial for our sea snakes. A deafening roar sounded in the sea. The crowd of creepy snake group members licked their lips and bloodthirst was evident on their faces. These dolphins are so intelligent. Die now. An old man swung the poison fang in his hand and easily killed 2 dolphins. Run now. Tang Yinxian struggled to grip her zither as she played a note. Screech, screech, screech. When a pink bottlenose dolphin saw its fellow dolphins being killed easily one after another, it turned around, opened its large mouth and let out a bone-chilling screech. Go, little pink nose. When Tang Yinxian saw it stopping, she was flabbergasted as she struggled to scream. Woo-woo. That pink bottlenose dolphin turned around and shook its head slightly at Tang Yinxian before opening its mouth slightly. Around it, over 100 other dolphins had stopped. The next moment, they charged towards the creepy snake group members as though they had lost their minds. Screech, screech, screech. Ear-piercing screeches reverberated as fresh red blood oozed out of their bodies. The fresh blood instantly dyed the water around them red. Tang Yinxian slouched on a dolphin with tears of blood flowing out from her eyes. Chapter 678. Assistance. Tang Yinxian was infuriated as she glared at the back. Hundreds of dolphins had depleted their energy when they released a daunting sonic attack. Their bodies collapsed right away. The dolphins had just started their cultivation, and they were not well versed in using their energy yet. Exploding domineering power like this was a suicide move. Darn, how did these dolphins turn into such wicked demons? An infuriated roar came from the back as the members of Creepy Snake Group suffered massive injuries under the dolphins' attack. The sea snakes floated around motionlessly in the seas, as their brains were dead after being struck by the sonic waves. Kill those dolphins and seize that girl. Check out what secret she's hiding. An elder exclaimed as he gave chase immediately. Seeing the group of people on her heels, Tang Yinxian paled. She forced herself to sit up and strum chords. The sea waves helped to push the dolphins. Buzz. Beside her were Indo-Pacific humpback dolphins with glimmering eyes. They were propelling themselves as they emitted buzzing ripples. The surrounding dolphins used the skills which they had just cultivated and doubled their speed. Her? What amazing dolphins! But it's wishful thinking, trying to escape. For members of Creepy Snake Group sat on the sea snake 1,000 meters behind and exuded icy cold aura like poisonous snakes, giving chase from behind. Tang Yinxian had a slight change in her expression. As she strummed her zither, the spiritual energy in her body was quickly depleting. The toxin in her chest took over her body with numbness. Suddenly, she felt heat embracing her, and her vision was blurred. She could no longer hold herself as she collapsed on the dolphin. Her zither fell off, sinking slowly to the bottom of the sea. To think a pod of marine creatures tried to escape from our pursuit. A member of Creepy Snake Group sped up as soon as he spotted the pod of dolphins and sneered. Trying to escape? Huh. The 4 members of Creepy Snake Group sat on the sea snake as it wavered its tail. A stream of water current gathered, and they sped up by 3 to 4 times. Hayak, hayak. these dolphins are amazing. Their intelligence is so high that they learned how to cultivate by themselves. For members of Creepy Snake Group immediately popped up before the dolphins. As they rode on the sea snake, they swept their cold gazes at them. A bunch of animals. How dare you kill 2 of our members? Go to hell. An old man from Creepy Snake Group hopped down from the sea snake and raised the poison fangs in his hand. A terrifying vortex was formed, exploding all his Dan realm strength. The pod of dolphins exhibited a frightful look as they let out a despairing shriek. Die! The vortex in the hand of that elder grew to a size of 12 meters before he hurled it far ahead. Pack! All creatures with wisdom are the citizens of Dragon Palace. Whoever kills them shall die. Suddenly, an enormous mustard palm descended, wiping out the vortex of 12 meters. Prime Minister Turtle clenched his fist, and that Dan realm expert was crushed into dust. What? The remaining 3 members of Creepy Snake Group changed their expressions drastically as a huge shadow emerged before them. The trio quickly spun around only to see a face that struck terror into them. Behind them, a horrifying monster of 80 meters encompassed them from above. The monster gave off gray energy that seemed to contain incomparable might around him. On that monster stood some people, amongst which was an eccentric old man with a turtle shell on his back. The 3 of them went into a trance with their minds going crazy. A scary monster of 80 meters and a turtle man with a shell? This? Boom! At this time, however, Prime Minister Turtle swung his arm again, and the enormous mustard palm slammed at the trio. The trio of Creepy Snake Group was killed immediately since they did not have any means to resist it. Buzz! Buzz! When the pod of dolphins saw Wang Xian and his gang, they sensed their aura and emitted sound waves. All of them developed intelligence and contained spiritual energy within their bodies. Wang Xian looked downward with radiance flashing in his eyes. Dragon King, these dolphins already developed intelligence and have proceeded to cultivate themselves, Prime Minister Turtle, at the side, said as he stared at the pod of dolphins. Buzz! Several pink bottlenose dolphins let out a shriek again, and a pod of dolphins swam over. The dolphin, which was carrying Tang Yinxian, also swam towards Wang Xian. Dragon King, save her! Save her! A weak voice was transmitted to Wang Xian. Such a cute dolphin. Xiao Yu watched the dolphins with interest on her face. Hey brother, there's someone on it. Wang Xian nodded his head and waved his arm. The girl that was on the back of the dolphin slowly floated towards him. After Wang Xian took Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the rest back to the Dragon Palace, he ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace to rush over here. Who knew they would meet someone hunting down a pod of dolphins on their way? It's a girl. Lan Qingyue and the girls looked over with puzzled looks. Her? When Wang Xian saw her face, he was stunned as he revealed a quizzical expression. Tang Yinxian. It turned out to be Tang Yinxian. What? Xiao Xian, do you know her? Seeing his surprised look, Lan Qingyue asked this with curiosity. Yes, I do. Wang Xian nodded his head and swung his arm to hold her body. She's beautiful. Elder Fong was stunned as she took a glance at Wang Xian. The rest of the girls, including Lan Qingyue, also looked at him with suggestive looks. Ahem, we just met a few times. Wang Xian's expression remained unchanged as he placed his hand on her. The Saintess of Heavenly Sound Sect did not meet you just a few times. I remember you gifted her a zither too. Lan Qingyue stared at Tang Yinxian with glistening eyes, and no one was sure how Lan Qingyue had gotten her news. She got some snake and erotic venom in her. Sun Lingxiu commented plainly after some light from Sun Lingxiu fell upon Tang Yinxian. If we were not here, Xiao Xian would probably contribute his body as an antidote to this beauty. Ajaya said with a faint smile. What are they talking about? Wang Xian instilled dragon energy into her body, clearing all the toxins in her body rapidly. Cough. Tang Yinxian opened her eyes and felt nothing wrong with her body. Even her spiritual energy was restored. She was slightly stunned before she turned her head around. For a moment, Tang Yinxian was stupefied as she looked at Wang Xian with surprise. She regained consciousness and asked, "Why are you here?" Upon hearing what Tang Yinxian had said, Wang Xian felt several sharp gazes looking at him from the surroundings. Cough. Wang Xian cleared his throat and forced a smile onto his face. "Yes, it's me. What a coincidence. I never expected to meet you here." Her. Tang Yinxian looked around with doubt and noticed Xiao Yu, Yinxian, Sunling Xiao, Ajaya, and Elder Fong. When she looked farther, she froze. An old man was carrying a turtle shell, and a 2-meter devil monkey was exuding daunting aura. There was even a clam girl with a huge clamshell, a huge prawn that could stand, and tons of odd-looking, scary-looking marine creatures. Chapter 679. The Might of the Dragon Palace. This is... Tang Yinxian immediately took a look below her feet. That terrifying creature that was over 70 meters huge seemed to be swimming slowly ahead. However, it covered several thousand meters each second. On the back of this monster, there was a group of terrifying creatures. From her perspective, the weakest would be the group of Dragonians whom she knew a little better. "They are members of my dragon palace." Wang Xian turned to Tang Yinxian and remarked plainly, with no intention to hide it at all. The 9 cauldron worlds were about to descend upon the real world. When the timing was right, he would also reveal the Dragon Palace to the public by announcing their existence. Dragon Palace? Tang Yinxian was a little lost as she looked around her in disbelief. Woo-woo. At this moment, she could hear the screeches of dolphins. She turned around, caressed the dolphin who had been carrying her, and asked with a gentle voice, "Are you guys all right?" Woo-woo. A pink bottlenose dolphin rubbed its face against Tang Yinxian, shook its head, and let out 2 screeches. "You are saying they killed over 100 of your companions?" When Wang Xian heard the pink bottlenose dolphin, his face darkened as he asked the dolphin this. Woo-woo. The pink bottlenose dolphin nodded its head and said, "Dragon King, those people are so cruel. Not only did they kill our companions, but they also slaughtered all the marine races around them. I'll take revenge for you." A light flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. "You can understand them?" Tang Yinxian was astonished as she stood by the side and saw Wang Xian conversing with the pink bottlenose dolphin. "You could say that they are my citizens." Wang Xian looked towards the dolphin and smiled. The pink bottlenose dolphin poked Tang Yinxian with its nose as it tried to talk to her. On stricter terms, these dolphins are the first batch of intelligent creatures within the region of our Dragon Palace. Moreover, from the sound waves that it emitted previously, they seem to have entered a rather unique path of cultivation. Prime Minister Turtle was observing the pod of dolphins while pondering about them. "If there are intelligent species, we will impart knowledge to them. Even if they can't make it past the Dragon Gate eventually, we still have to guide and restrict them to some extent." "Yes, Dragon King." Prime Minister Turtle nodded its head. Since the Dragon Palace would be establishing its dynasty within the sea, it would naturally have its citizens. Ordinary marine creatures wouldn't be considered as their citizens. Only when marine races had their intelligence manifested would they be considered citizens. For marine races that had no intelligence, their deaths wouldn't be significant. However, for marine races that had intelligence, the Dragon Palace would have to step in if they were slaughtered rampantly. In the plans that Wang Xian and Prime Minister Turtle had, the Dragon Palace would only care about the dominance of the seas in the future. Marine creatures wouldn't step onto land and would be restricted from attacking humans. This would result in an isolated sea civilization. Just as the marine races were evolving rapidly, the spiritual energy waterfall would be the greatest encounter for them. However, the marine races were being slaughtered rampantly by humans currently. The Dragon Palace couldn't just ignore it. Not only would the Dragon Palace want to be involved, but they also wanted revenge for the marine races that had been slaughtered. Wang Xian looked ahead and asked Tang Yinxian, "Are there many martial artists under the spiritual energy waterfall?" "I don't know." When we are cultivating under the sea surface, a group of foreign martial artists dived into the water directly and started slaughtering the marine creatures around them. Tang Yinxian shook her head and sorrow filled her eyes. The deaths of over 100 dolphins had truly caused her heart to break. From her perspective, these dolphins were even more loyal than humans. In that case, let's just head there directly. Wang Xian didn't question it further. He stood upright while staring coldly towards his 12 o'clock. While standing on the Kuan, his eyes flickered. In less than 2 minutes, the pungent scent of blood assailed his nostrils. Lots of marine races are dead, at least 1 billion of them. Although these marine races had no intelligence, they were rather gifted considering that they had arrived under the spiritual energy waterfall in advance. Prime Minister Turtle's face darkened upon picking up the scent of blood from the water. It seems like they are pretty strong. Wang Xian squinted his eyes. A blue and red light flashed in his eyes as he observed his 12 o'clock vigilantly. Balls of energy appeared in his vision. Among them, Wang Xian saw an existence with an image resembling the vast sea within his body. That figure was seated and was absorbing the spiritual energy that had fallen into the sea at a frenzied pace. Immortal. There's an immortal realm existence right ahead. Wang Xian lifted his head and looked towards the mountain peak. It's not just one. There are a total of 3 of them. Dragon King. No matter how many immortals they have, we have to take revenge for the 100 citizens of ours that were killed, Prime Minister Turtle remarked coldly. Naturally, a faint sense of killing intent emanated from Wang Xian's body. Roving Heavens and Roving Sword stepped forward and stopped behind Wang Xian. On a huge Kuan, Wang Xian and the other 3 Immortal-class Dragon Palace members stood at the very front. Behind them was a group of powerful Dragon Palace members. The 1,000-strong group of Dragon Palace members was starting to exhibit their dominance. The might of the Dragon Palace was now vaguely visible. A terrifying aura shrouded forward. Below the spiritual energy waterfall, countless sea snakes and a middle-aged man sat on the peak of the underwater mountain. The founder of the creepy snake group sat on the peak of the center mountain and had a grayish poisonous snake wrapped around his neck. The poisoned snake rested its head on the old man's head while absorbing the spiritual energy that was falling from the sky. Wang, what horrifying aura! At this moment, Dashi jerked open his eyes abruptly. A blood-red light flashed across his eyes as he looked ahead. What terrifying aura! What's the situation? Could there be other immortal realm existences heading here? Around him, the crowd of creepy snake group members opened their eyes instantly as they looked ahead in shock. Boom! The moment they opened their eyes, they stood up immediately. Even Dashi got on his feet as he stared intensely at the ginormous creature approaching him. His gaze fell on the group of figures on the ginormous creature and was instantly astonished. However, the next moment, he flicked his tongue out gradually and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with bloodlust. Over 70 meters. That's definitely the largest living creature on Earth. They are the ones. Tang Yinxian, who was standing by the side, was infuriated upon seeing the creepy snake group members. The pod of dolphins also screeched in anger. Rest assured, none of them is getting away today. Dragon King, leave this to my devil division. Roving Heavens patted his ear and a golden rod appeared in his hand. He lifted the golden rod up with a strong desire for battle as he remarked. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. He turned around to face Roving Sword and Prime Minister Turtle. Don't let them get away. Rest assured, Dragon King. After killing so many of our citizens, we would never let them escape from this place. Today, we will have the blood of an immortal for the memorial ceremony of our dead citizens of the Dragon Palace. The blood of an immortal for the memorial ceremony. Chapter 680. Roar. In the sea, the 70-80-meter-long Kuan was floating quietly in the sea. Its 5 to 6 meter wide eyes were staring at the place in front of it, emitting a fierce light. On the Kuan, Ao Chitian stood in the front, followed by 800 demon monkeys. This group of demon monkeys only had the strength of the infant realm. They were holding level 12 spirit weapon sticks in their hands. Behind them, the group of demon monkeys stared at the front with blood-red eyes. Aochitian slowly raised the metal rod in his hand and roared loudly. Roar, kill. A low roar filled with killing intent was heard. Blood boiled, and demonic chi soared into the sky. The demon monkeys behind him attacked the group of snakes in front of them at a terrifying speed. Aochitian carried the metal rod on his shoulder, but he didn't move. His gaze was fixed on the leader of the snakes group, Big Snake, in the middle. An immortal-level existence. Who is that? Big Snake licked his tongue, and his triangular eyes revealed a cold expression. There is actually an immortal-level existence. Where did this force come from? He stared at the devil monkey who was attacking them directly, and his gaze swept across the dolphins on the Kuin. Fighting with me, Big Snake, a beast. A trace of coldness flashed in the snake's eyes. It stared at Aochitian and growled in a low voice. Roar, I am Aochitian. When the demon monkey heard the snake's voice, his body slowly began to change. Layers of scales covered his entire body, and his fangs were exposed. I will tear you apart today. The demon monkey roared and moved, directly charging toward the snake. Roar. In an instant, the demon monkey's figure increased to 7 to 8 meters, and the cudgel in his hand smashed towards the huge snake. Beast. The huge snake waved its arm, and the gray poisonous snake on its neck turned into 12 meters in size, and its huge mouth directly bit towards the demon monkey. Roar. Aochitian's cudgel directly smashed towards the huge gray snake. The gray snake twisted its body and wrapped itself around the cudgel, crawling towards Aochitian along the way. Aochitian's expression did not change when the gray snake's huge mouth bit towards his head. Roar. Aochitian suddenly had a burst. The devil chi on his body suddenly condensed into a black devil dragon, and a terrifying dragon's aura directly covered it. The gray snake's body trembled. Dragon's might? Aochitian, who had fully unleashed his dragon bloodline, could fully activate his divine dragon bloodline. In terms of combat strength, among those of the same level, perhaps only Ao Jian, who cultivated the Heartless Sword principle, could fight with him. Bang! Aochitian's large hand grabbed the giant gray snake and threw it ruthlessly toward the bottom of the sea. Boom! The terrifying power caused a huge wave to rise from the bottom of the sea. Be careful. At this moment, Xiao Yu, Tang Yinxian, and the others, who were watching from the Kuin, saw the huge snake suddenly appear above Aochitian's head. The terrifying poisonous fangs attacked his head, and they warned him loudly. Humph! Aochitian's ears twitched, and with a cold shout, a tail that was more than 10 meters long swept towards the huge snake. Boom! The terrifying collision instantly caused the seawater within a radius of several kilometers to surge in all directions. What a terrifying battle! Tang Yinxuan's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. The battle before her eyes was too terrifying. Each and every move had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Even the entire sea was surging wildly in the aftermath of their battle. In the surrounding area, the devil monkeys that were emitting monstrous demonic chi were like the devil monkeys in the chaotic world, tearing apart the members of the snake group. The devil monkeys were considered relatively weak among the few races in the Dragon Palace. Their strength, which was at the lowest level of the Xiantian realm, was completely unleashed. It was simply not something that existences of the same level could withstand. With a body size of 3 to 4 meters, terrifying defense, and powerful strength, they directly tore the members of the snake group into pieces. Water-extinguishing cannonball, you guys deserve to die. Seeing the deaths of his subordinates, the big snake's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his arm, a 100-meter-long water cannonball directly attacked the surrounding demon monkeys. Your opponent is me. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to the water tribe that you have killed. Aochitian waved his arm, and the 100-meter-long devil chi directly dispersed the water cannonball. Then, he waved the stick in his hand again. Damn beast. The snake stared at Aochitian with an embarrassed expression. The seawater within a few kilometers of him surged violently, and a sea python condensed from water energy gathered around him. Each sea python was several thousand meters in size, and they exuded a terrifying power. Roar! Aochitian stood at the bottom of the sea. The demonic dragon formed from demonic energy rose from his body, and it stared coldly at the giant snake above his head. Kill! The sea python that was several thousand meters in size charged at Aochitian, and the demonic dragon above Aochitian's head met it directly. The blue sea python collided with the black demonic dragon. Boom! The terrifying collision of energy instantly caused the mountain peak at the bottom of the sea to fall to one side. At this moment, on the island at the side, the island had a circumference of about 5 kilometers. On the island, two powerful top-tier forces were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The old man with the red metal mask and the two-headed woman instantly stood up when the terrifying energy came from below. There's an immortal god fighting. It's the big snake. That guy is fighting with another immortal god. Hee, it might be a powerful creature from the bottom of the sea. The big snake is really unlucky. It would be interesting if it died. The two people let out gloating smiles. Their bodies slowly floated in the air and looked down. Boom! However, at this moment, the entire island suddenly split open and sank to the bottom of the sea. Damn you, wasting our time. The two-headed woman, Yin Mei, let out overlapping and sinister sounds. With a wave of her arm, the area where the island split open actually overlapped under the mighty force. The range of the battle between the two immortal gods is too large. All of you move aside. The old man in the red mask said in a deep voice to his subordinates. Boom! At this moment, a huge snake with blue energy all over its body rushed out of the sea. At the same time, Aochitian, who was 7 to 8 meters in size, also came out of the water. You two, come and help me kill this beast. The huge snake looked at the old man with Yinmei's two heads and the red mask and growled in a low voice. Hee, why are we fighting? What does it have to do with us? The two of them smirked and hovered in the air, looking at each other mockingly. Hee, they're fighting. Don't worry, as long as we can get 1 or 2 immortal god-level corpses, we'll be lucky. If we both get injured, that'll be even better. Hee, the appearance of Yu Ding, the immortal god's corpse, is good news for us. In the air, 2 pairs of blood-red eyes stared downwards. Their eyes were filled with greed, excitement, and bloodlust. Chapter 681. Dragon King. This snake's strength should be close to that of a middle-level immortal. Aochitian alone cannot take it down. In the ocean, Prime Minister Gue watched Aochitian and the snake's battle and said with a twinkle in his eyes, Dragon King, I'll go. With Aochitian and I working together, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Aojian, who was standing at the side, pleaded to Wang Xian. Go. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly and looked at the top of the island. I hope the two immortals don't make a move. Otherwise, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Aojian, who was standing at the side, started to move. He stabbed the long sword in his hand at the huge snake that was a few thousand meters away. A terrifying metal sword that was 1,000 meters long seemed to pierce through the void as it attacked in an instant. Pooh! The snake that was fighting with Aochitian saw the terrifying metal light and its expression changed slightly. It waved its arm and the seawater below instantly condensed into a defensive water shield. However, when it was caught off guard, the terrifying sword light still made it spit out blood. Another immortal god-level existence. The snake spat out a mouthful of blood and its expression instantly darkened. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice. Aojindi's figure appeared at Aochitian's side, and there was no expression on his face. Two immortal gods, which faction are you from? The sea water behind the snake rose to a height of 100 meters, and it stood motionless behind him. It was ready to attack and defend at any time, and it looked at Ao Jian and Ao Qitian with a gloomy face. The force that will take your life, Ao Jian said coldly. The long sword in his hand trembled, and thousands of long swords silently attacked him from behind the snake. The snake's face changed drastically. A demon monkey had already made him feel a little troubled, and now there was an immortal god who was not weaker than the demon monkey. Since when were there so many immortal gods? The number of immortal gods in the entire subcontinent was less than 2 hands. We have no enmity. If you want to cultivate at the bottom of the sea, Snake, will let you have it. Snake waved his hands, and his entire body was surrounded by the dark blue seawater, which was at least 100 meters thick. You killed more than 100 of my dolphins. Today, I will take your immortal god's blood as a sacrifice. Golden metal swords appeared behind Ao Jian. The densely packed swords covered an area of 1,000 meters. What? Killed more than 100 of your dolphins? Hearing his words, the snake widened his eyes and growled with an embarrassed expression. More than 100 dolphins? That was only more than 100 fucking dolphins. You fucking want the life of an immortal god. Even though the snake had lived for over 200 years, this was the first time it had heard such a ridiculous thing. They wanted to go against an immortal god for the sake of over 100 dolphins? The red-masked elder and the Yinmei two-headed woman who were watching the show were also slightly stunned. That's right, kill our people and die. Roar. 10,000 swords were launched. Ao Qitian roared. With a violent aura, he raised the metal rod in his hand and smashed it with demonic chi. The snake's expression changed drastically. With a wave of his hands, he set up a 1,000-meter defense. A bunch of lunatics. I'm not playing with you anymore. The snake's expression changed drastically. It moved and was about to flee into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Ao Qitian roared and moved his body, leaving behind a terrifying wave trail. He stood in front of the snake and stared at him with his blood-red eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a long sword silently stabbed toward the snake's chest. Pooh! Damn it! The snake's expression changed drastically. He lowered his head and looked at the hole in his chest that had been penetrated without warning. His expression was extremely gloomy. The flesh on his body squirmed, and the wound quickly healed. The snake can't escape. If we don't act, the snake might die. The Yinmei two-headed woman and the red-masked old man looked at each other, and their eyes flickered. Snake, give me the 9-spirit snake gallbladder that you nurtured, and I can save your life. The Yinmei two-headed woman's 2 heads looked at each other, and a cunning smile appeared on her face. I want all the territories of Yurine's snake group. The red-masked old man also said with a smile. Okay. The big snake's expression changed drastically. It gritted its teeth and nodded heavily. Haha, okay. The 2 of you, for our sake, let's forget about this matter. The red-masked old man revealed a smile. His aura shook, and an overwhelming aura instantly erupted. In the sky, the clouds turned fiery red and contained terrifying flames. We have saved the life of the giant snake. So, if the 100 or so dolphins of yours are dead, so be it. The face of the Yinmei two-headed woman started to blur. The island that was on the verge of collapsing beneath them started to levitate. The island that was a few kilometers in size was controlled by her. An immortal-level powerhouse was really capable of destroying the world. As expected, he still made his move. In the ocean, Wang Xian, who was standing on the Kuan, heard the other 2 foreign immortals making their move. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Dragon King, let me exercise my body. Prime Minister Gue smiled and reached out to take the turtle shell off his back. The turtle shell was flickering with a yellowish glow. In that case, all 3 of you stay. Wang Xian's eyes were cold as he moved his body. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Wang Xian's mouth. The dragon's roar exuded a terrifying majesty. The shell of the turtle in Prime Minister Gui's hand emitted a light as he attacked the two-headed woman directly. Boom, boom, boom. Standing in the sky, the red-masked elder and the Yinmei two-headed woman, who were emitting a terrifying aura, released their auras. They stared menacingly at Ao Jian and Ao Qitian. However, a power that terrified them came over, and their expressions changed slightly. There are also immortals. 2 of them. Their expressions changed drastically. Madman, madman, you only killed more than 100 of your dolphins, and you actually sent out 4 immortals. What kind of force are you? The Yinmei two-headed woman let out a sharp roar and let out a sharp voice. Dragon Palace. Wang Xian rushed out of the water and opened his mouth. A deep blue water sword flew towards the red-masked elder. Buzz. At the same time, Prime Minister Gui's turtle shell emitted a strong earthy yellow light. The island that was suspended in the air for a radius of 5 kilometers collapsed immediately. The soil on the surface of the island attacked the Yinmei two-headed woman. You bunch of lunatics, get lost. The Yinmei two-headed woman's figure moved, and she opened her 2 faces. With a wave of her arms, she directly scattered the island. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, terrifying fireballs directly fell from the fiery red clouds and met the azure water sword. My subordinates only killed over 100 of you dolphins. Don't go too far. The big snake saw a total of 4 gods. The face revealed a ferocious look, berserk roar. Chapter 682. The giant snake went completely berserk, and the surrounding seawater rolled like a terrifying tsunami. If you want to kill me, I'll make you pay a heavy price. The giant snake's expression was ferocious. He stuck out his terrifying tongue, and when his tongue landed on the surface of the sea, it made a sizzling sound. He wanted to kill over 100 dolphins. This wasn't fucking killing your entire family. It was just over 100 dolphins. For the first time, he heard that he was going to fight an immortal god to the death for such a ridiculous reason. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. The snake was going to fight with its life on the line. Once an immortal god was going to fight with his life on the line, even if they were not careful, they might die together. Die! Ao Qitian held the metal rod tightly in his hand and attacked ferociously. Ao Qitian, who was filled with demonic energy, did not care whether he was going to risk his life or not. Shadowless, shadowless. Ao Jian also shouted coldly. The air trembled as sharp swords that could not be seen or made any sound slashed towards the giant snake. We don't care about this matter anymore. Boom. In the sky, the old man wearing a red mask was emitting a fiery red light. In the sky above him, balls of fiery red clouds were hurling terrifying fireballs towards Wang Xian. A solemn look appeared in his eyes. Going against a terrifying force that had 4 celestials was definitely a terrifying thing. If he knew that they had 4 celestials, he would definitely not take advantage of them and help the snake. Right now, they only wanted to escape as soon as possible. Since we are enemies, then we are enemies. The flesh and blood of 3 celestials. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Since he had already made his move, he would not let go so easily. With the flesh and blood of the 3 immortals, if it was absorbed by the dragon pool, the energy contained in it might be able to allow a member of the Dragon Palace to advance to the immortal realm. Wang Xian's body trembled. The entire ocean instantly calmed down. It was as calm as a mirror. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, countless water swords shot out from the ocean and attacked the red-masked old man in the sky. The collision of water and fire. Humph. The masked old man looked extremely embarrassed. With a wave of his hands, the entire 1,000-meter-wide fiery red cloud fell into the ocean. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion was heard. The blue light and fiery red flames covered a radius of several thousand meters. I will remember what happened today. The old man moved his body and wanted to escape into the distance. Water prison. Wang Xian shouted softly and chased after the old man with the terrifying seawater. Don't go too far. When the old man saw Wang Xian chasing after him, his 10-meter-long body and his water-blue majestic face made him look extremely embarrassed. What was this terrifying monster? Was it a divine dragon from China? Roar! Wang Xian swung his dragon tail, and his entire body glowed with a brilliant blue light. Below him, the seawater within a 10-kilometer radius rose into the air and completely enveloped the old man. Waterfall water blast wave. Flaming giant body. The masked old man looked extremely embarrassed. With a jolt of his body, he turned into a 50-meter-tall figure. The fiery red mask exuded a terrifying aura as drops of flaming liquid dripped towards his body. You forced me to do this. The terrifying flame giant turned the surrounding seawater into fog and spread over a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The water from the great waterfall clashed against the flame giant. At the side, walls appeared out of thin air to block the Yinmei two-headed woman. Prime Minister Gue held the turtle shell in his hand and stared at her with a wise gaze. Damn it, do you think you can keep us here? The two-headed woman stared at Prime Minister Gue with a sinister look. Her two heads were extremely ferocious. The terrifying battle between immortals and gods erupted in an instant. Wang Xian, how could he turn into a divine dragon? Tang Yinxian was standing on the Kuren below. She raised her head in shock and looked at Wang Xian, who had turned into a divine dragon in the distance. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Bloodline. Lan Qingyue smiled at Tang Yinxian. Bloodline? Tang Yinxian muttered to himself. He recalled the records about the European continent. There were cultivators in the European continent who could transform into werewolves, bats, and demons. This was also a bloodline. Immortal God. Immortal God. I didn't expect his current strength to be so terrifying and powerful. Tang Yinxian muttered as he scanned the surroundings. Lan Qingyue, Ajaya, and Sun Lingxiu looked at each other and didn't say anything. Sun Lingxiu was the kind of girl who didn't like to interfere in anything. If Tang Yinxian really had anything to do with Wang Xian, she wouldn't mind. Ajaya was an interloper to begin with, so she didn't have the right to express her opinion. Only Lan Qingyue sighed and pouted, then shook her head carelessly. 7 immortal gods attracted 7 immortal gods. That's a divine dragon, the legendary divine dragon. I didn't expect there to be a divine dragon in the ocean. That divine dragon's body is simply too perfect. If it could be refined into a slave, it would be the most perfect and powerful mount. Haha, that divine dragon, I must get it. 7 immortal gods. I didn't expect there to be so many immortal gods in the real world. We can only sit back and reap the benefits when both of them suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, we wouldn't be a match for so many immortal gods. No matter what, I'm definitely going to take that divine dragon as my mount. Ha ha ha, let's fight. Let's fight. In the end, both sides suffer heavy losses. What a pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise. The 2 pairs of blood-red eyes in the air were filled with excitement and madness. They were watching the battle below. However, Wang Xian and the rest did not feel that someone was watching them. Damn monkey, get lost. At this moment, the giant snake let out a horrifying scream from below. He used both hands to block Ao Qitian's cudgel, but at this moment, 5 soundless metal swords pierced through his body, causing his expression to change. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He opened his huge mouth, and his tongue suddenly grew crazily, piercing through Ao Qitian's chest in an instant. Roar! Ao Qitian roared, grabbed his tongue, and fiercely pulled it over. The snake screamed again. If you want me to die, you won't have it easy either. Burn the immortal god's blood and explode. The tongue in Ao Qitian's hand instantly turned red and exploded. Boom! The entire sea area exploded at the same time like a million tons of bombs. Roar! Ao Qitian roared angrily, and his body was covered in wounds. Die! Ao Jian's expression changed, and he instantly turned into a golden swordfish that was about 10 meters long. Using his body as a sword, he directly slashed at the snake. However, at this moment, the expression of the snake, who was far more miserable than Ao Chitian, changed drastically. Extremely cold, extremely hot, explode. He stretched out his two arms, and fresh blood merged into the water energy, causing another terrifying explosion. Chapter 683. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the seawater was stirred up. The sky changed color. The blue light, the fiery red light, and the earthen yellow light made this area seem like hell on earth. Any living creature within a 7 to 8 kilometer radius would be affected by the terrifying shockwaves. The members of the Dragon Palace and Xiao Yu who were standing in the ocean were surrounded by a faint layer of gray energy. The most terrifying part of the Kuin was its defense. It relied on its terrifying physical body to travel the 9 heavens and hunt down the top bloodline existences in the world. Even though this Kuin had only been nurtured for a few months, it was already beginning to show its prowess. When the Kuin reached level 13, its strength would receive another terrifying increase. At that time, it would even be comparable to Wang Xian. A level 13 Kuin could fly in the sky. At that time, a Kuin that was more than 100 meters long would definitely be the most terrifying creature on Earth. At this moment, a shrill sound was heard. Ao Jian's terrifying sword passed through. Half of the snake's body was split in half and fresh blood flowed into the sea uncontrollably. The bright red blood contained a powerful energy. On Ao Jian's tail, there was a long wound. Roar. At this moment, a sky-shaking roar was heard. Ao Chitian, who was covered in blood, raised the metal rod and smashed it at the snake with terrifying power and demonic chi. Ao Chitian's attack became even more violent and fierce under the condition of being injured. As the metal rod smashed past, the snake's expression changed drastically. Its tongue grew out again, stirring the air above it to form a water-blue defense. The blue defense contained his blood, making the defense even more terrifying. Boom! As the metal rod smashed past, the blue defense quickly cracked. Stab! At this time, Ao Jin attacked again. The entire 10-meter-long sword body was completely restrained in golden light. Not a single golden light was emitted. It was like a terrifying giant sword from ancient times. No. The snake widened its eyes and looked at the restrained golden sword in horror. Pooh! The long sword passed through, and the snake's body was completely split into two. Bang! Ao Chitian grabbed the upper half of the snake's body with his terrifying palm and squeezed it hard. A terrifying sound was heard once again. Kill the immortals and slaughter the gods. There are still 2 more. Ao Chitian let out a violent sound. Without any hesitation, he attacked the flaming giant in front of Wang Xian. Ao Jian was still in the shape of a sword. It was like a sharp sword that did not require control as it slashed towards the 2-headed woman. You are seeking your own destruction. If you dare to fight with us, I will fight to the death to keep you alive. The red-masked elder's expression changed drastically when he saw Ao Chitian's attack. He roared furiously. Roar! What greeted him was Ao Chitian's terrifying metal rod and monstrous demonic aura. Roar! Wang Xian roared as well. His body circled in the water of the waterfall. Terrifying water dragons gathered around him and attacked the flaming giant directly. Damn it! You guys are courting death. The old man in the red mask had a gloomy look on his face. He was a little terrified. However, he was more furious. Streaks of blood patterns gradually appeared on the flaming red mask. Boom! The flames intensified once again. The terrifying arms swung towards Wang Xian. One in front and one behind. Wang Xian circled around the old man in the red mask and arrived behind him. His dragon head turned red immediately. He transformed into a flaming divine dragon. Roar! He opened his dragon mouth and bit towards the elder in the middle. The red-masked elder ignored Wang Xian completely. The violent flames smashed towards Ao Qitian directly. Ao Qitian, who was already severely injured, hurriedly dodged to the side. Go to hell. When the red-masked elder saw Ao Qitian dodging, he clawed with his arm. His arm, which was nearly 20 meters long, grabbed onto Wang Xian's body. Hee. In an instant, the flames on Wang Xian's body intensified as well. His dragon claw clawed at the center of his body. Ah! The old man in the red mask had a look of fear on his face. Why did a water-type monster suddenly turn into a fire-type monster? The dragon claw swung and broke his arm. If you want to kill me, I won't let you off easily either. Risk it all. The red-masked old man was completely risking his life now. After knowing that there was a high chance of him dying here, he completely disregarded it. If he risked his life, there was still a chance of escaping this place. If he didn't risk his life, he would definitely die. All the experts who could become immortals and deities had experienced thousands of battles of varying sizes. They had all fought their way out of the sea of blood. They did not lack courage and means. Even if they had to die, they had to be at the bottom. Qitian, you assist from the side. I will be the main attacker. Wang Xian reminded Ao Qitian. It was obvious that the red-masked elder wanted to risk his life for Ao Qitian. If Ao Qitian died again, he might die permanently. The revival of the soul-returning wood was not unlimited. It had to meet various conditions. For example, Ao Qitian had just been revived. If he was killed again, even the soul-returning wood would not be able to revive him. It's the Dragon King. Ao Qitian also realized this and did not focus on attacking. He stared at the flame giant with his eyes full of demonic flames. A bunch of lunatics, you bunch of lunatics. At this moment, Yanmei's two-headed shriek came from the side. Prime Minister Gue alone was equal to her. Now, Ao Jian, who had terrifying attack power, came. In just a minute, wounds appeared on her body. Since we're going to die, let's die together. Yanmei's two-headed head emitted a deathly aura. Earthy yellow energy split out from the center of the two heads. Ah! Horrifying screams rang out as the two heads actually tore apart their own bodies. The earthen yellow earth energy formed the other half of their bodies. In an instant, they charged towards Ao Jian and Prime Minister Gue desperately. He's consuming his life force. Let's consume her to death. Prime Minister Gue waved his arm, and a huge earthen yellow cage directly trapped her inside. However, it did not even last a second before it was torn apart. However, Prime Minister Gue was not in a hurry. This move of hers had caused a lot of damage to his body, splitting his head and body in half. Even an immortal would not be able to hold on for long. The intense battle began. Even Wang Xian, who was facing the red-masked elder, had many bloody wounds on his body. A large amount of fresh blood spilled into the sea and pieces of dragon scales fell into the sea. However, in comparison, the old man in the red mask and the two-headed woman were even more miserable. I feel like my body is boiling and my blood is burning. Ha ha ha. Kiki, don't be careless. Don't be careless. We can only hold on for 1 minute with the Royal Heaven formation. We must kill them all within 1 minute. Otherwise, we will miss our chance. Don't worry. I only want the divine dragon. Then leave the rest to me. A cold voice sounded from another dimension. Chapter 684. Boom boom boom. The entire ocean went berserk. A battle between immortals and gods. Each move contained a terrifying energy that could destroy the world. Especially two immortals who were fighting with their lives on the line. Raging flame hibernation. The 50-meter-tall flame giant was now only about 40 meters long. The red-masked old man in the middle was filled with malevolence and killing intent. Both of his hands slammed heavily into the void. His arms were decreasing at a terrifying speed. The flames in his body were burning, causing the flames within a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers to burn. Boom, boom, boom. The flames exploded in the air. Wang Xian had a serious look on his face. He clawed at the fire giant's chest with his dragon claws. The flames couldn't cause much damage to it. However, at the same time, the masked old man had protected his body well after being injured once. The terrifying flames made Ao Qitian afraid to get close to him. The terrifying attack that was unleashed by burning his own life force would cause Ao Qitian's body to suffer a terrifying attack the moment he entered. Ao Qitian was standing on top of the fire giant. He was prepared to deal a fatal blow at any time. If you want to kill me, one of you will definitely die with us. A tragic look appeared on the masked elder's face. You won't be able to last until all the flames in my body are completely burned. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws expressionlessly and attacked the flaming giant once again. At the same time, the flames of both parties weren't able to cause much damage to each other. The only thing they could do was to compare the strength of their physical bodies. After all, the flames of the flaming giant were condensed from energy. On the other hand, Wang Xian's physical body was the body of a divine dragon. His powerful physical body grabbed directly at the flaming giant. Boom! The fire giant raised his terrifying arm and smashed it forward. His arm was even larger than Wang Xian's entire body. With a single strike, a large area of flames on his arm dissipated. However, Wang Xian's body was also sent flying for a few thousand meters. I don't know how long this fellow has been in the immortal realm. Be it his attack techniques or the use of flames, he is simply too powerful. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Wang Xian's mouth. However, you still have to die. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. In the universe, there were less than 3 people who could rival the physical body of the divine dragon. Even if he was injured from the impact, he would be able to recover very quickly if he wanted to. Crack, 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 crack. Wang Xian raised his right claw, which was covered by the thick fire liquid. The entire dragon claw turned into 7 to 8 meters in size and charged at the fire giant again. Take this. At the same time, the demonic aura around Ao Qitian condensed into a solid form to surround the surroundings for defense. He brandished the metal rod in his hand and smashed it directly at the flaming giant. Boom! Another terrifying collision of flesh and flesh. At this moment, the sun had already set. The flames illuminated a radius of dozens of kilometers like the sun. Haha, if you want to kill me, one of you will have to die. After a wave of impact, the masked elder's face turned slightly pale as he roared ferociously. No, no. However, at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the side. A golden light flashed past, passing through the body of the Yinmei two-headed woman. On the other side, a 10-meter-large turtle shell ruthlessly smashed into the body of the other two-headed woman. Although spreading your body apart can unleash more powerful attacks, your defense is much weaker. The Earth attribute is best at defense. You give up your advantage and accelerate your death. Prime Minister Gui's voice was heard. The 10-meter-long turtle shell was emitting earthy yellow energy and had a terrifying suction force. On top of the turtle shell, sharp earth thorns were attacking non-stop. We have no grudges with each other. Why do you want to kill us with your life? A head whose body had been chopped off shouted with a face full of unwillingness. We have no grudges with each other. But why do you want to prevent us from taking revenge? Do you think we are easy to bully? Prime Minister Gui's eyes flickered. He waved his arm, and the turtle shell emitted mountains, rivers, and trees, which pressed down on them. Boom! The turtle shell pressed down on these two bodies. They fell directly into the ocean and gave off a loud boom when they landed on the seabed. There's still one more. Prime Minister Gui looked at the flaming giant. Ao Jian pointed the tip of his sword at it. Kill! Wang Xian shouted coldly. The golden sword was a terrifying mountain peak that condensed into yellow soil in the void. It was a rod that emitted demonic aura. Kill, kill, kill. I want to kill all of you. When the red-masked elder saw Ao Jian and Prime Minister Gui killing the two-headed woman, a hint of despair and madness flashed in his eyes. He roared loudly, and the flames on his body instantly turned the area within 10 kilometers into a flaming domain. However, Wang Xian and the rest did not retreat, for Celestials were attacking one at a time. Furthermore, each of them was in a situation where they were evenly matched. They were completely crushed. Boom! Wang Xian, Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, and Prime Minister Gui's attacks arrived. Flames splashed out in all directions. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater evaporated instantly and turned into mist. Following that, it condensed into clouds in the sky, and the rainstorm fell instantly. The entire process did not take more than a minute. The flame giant collapsed. The red-clothed masked elder in the middle could not help but spit out blood. His eyes were dim. Roar! A metal rod with demonic flames smashed into his body. His body fell to the bottom of the sea. Phew! Wang Xian took a deep breath. He felt exhausted all over. This battle lasted for a total of about half an hour. It's really hard to kill someone whose strength has reached the level of an immortal god. It takes a lot of strength to attack two people of the same level. I even have to guard against being killed together. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he reverted back to his human form. His entire body was covered in wounds. Each of the wounds was extremely grievous. If he were to use his dragon energy to deplete it, it would be at least a few million dragon energy. Apart from the injuries on his body, he was also extremely exhausted. Beside him, Ao Qitian was also panting heavily. The blood on his body had already covered his entire body. Most of the blood was his own. The only one who was not injured was Prime Minister Gui. The powerful Earth Attribute defense and the Earth Turtle shell on his back made his defense almost invincible. However, Prime Minister Gui had expended too much energy. The earthy yellow glow on the turtle shell was extremely dim. Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the others hurriedly flew towards Wang Xian. Tang Yinxian, who was standing on the Kuan, hesitated for a moment before following them. She stood on top of a pink-nosed dolphin and followed behind. Wang Xian had saved her life, causing Tang Yinxian to feel extremely complicated. She had a good impression of him when he gave her the zither. Later on, she admired the Dragon King. Later on, the Heavenly Note sect was destroyed. Then, she was saved by him today. Woo-woo. At this moment, Tang Yinxian suddenly felt a throbbing and panic coming from the pink-nosed dolphin beneath her. She had felt this feeling not long ago when they were being hunted. Crisis. Chapter 685. Unnatural torrential rain fell from the sky. Every raindrop was the size of a bean. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, it was a completely different world from the outside world. The throbbing and panic from the pink-nosed dolphin gave Tang Yinxian a bad premonition. Sometimes, a woman's sixth sense was very terrifying. Woo-woo. The pink-nosed dolphin beneath her once again let out a panicked sound. Tang Yinxian frowned as she scanned her surroundings. Heavy rain. Other than heavy rain, it was still heavy rain. Tang Yinxian lifted her head with a blessed expression and looked towards the sky. In front of her, a waterfall of spiritual energy descended from the sky, making this place seem like a fairyland. Tang Yinxian frowned as the crisis in her heart intensified. The pink-nosed dolphin brought her to Wang Xian's side. Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, Sunling Xiao, and the others were treating Wang Xian's injuries as they asked with concern. Everything seemed to be normal. However, the pink-nosed dolphin's throbbing was accompanied by a bad premonition in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly saw two pairs of blood-red eyes appearing in the sky. Following that, two blood-red ferocious faces appeared in the void. The ferocious faces opened their mouths, and a terrifying black energy was brewing in their mouths. Two balls of terrifying energy were aimed at Wang Xian and Prime Minister Gui. Tang Yinxian's expression changed drastically. Be careful. A look of horror appeared on her face. She moved to the side of Wang Xian, and a water energy shield appeared in the sky. Huh. Tang Yinchuan's sudden cry stunned Wang Xian and the rest for a moment. Following that, a terrifying energy that made their hearts palpitate attacked them. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. Heavenly voice Wuji, use your body as a zither. At this moment, he saw Tang Yinxian who was beside him as if she had transformed into a zither. She was putting up a defense above him. Wang Xian waved his arm. Whoosh, whoosh. However, in the void, that black energy was like an aurora. In an instant, it passed through Tang Yinchuan's body and directly penetrated half of Wang Xian's body. He didn't even put up a defense. Boom. At the side, the moment Tang Yinxian reminded him, Prime Minister Gu A, who had raised the turtle shell in his hand, widened his eyes. His body fell to the bottom of the sea at a terrifying speed. Fresh blood was spat out. Xiao Xian, brother, Tang Yinxian, Lan Qingyue, Xiao Yu, and the other girls exclaimed from the side. Damn it, damn that girl. If not for her reminder, we would have killed the two of them. It doesn't matter. The two of them are already heavily injured. There are only two left. 1 minute. Let's end this quickly. At this moment, a shattering sound came from the void. Two figures came from inside. One of them was wearing a blood-red robe. His lips were blood-red, and his eyes were also red. He was a demonic middle-aged man. The other one was pitch black. He had a pair of snow-white arms, and his eyes were also blood-red. The two of them seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood, and their bodies were exuding a terrifying blood qi. At the same time, a shocking aura was emitted from their bodies. This was definitely not a strength that a lower immortal could unleash. Roar, you deserve to die. On the side, Ao Chikian saw that half of the Dragon King's body had been directly penetrated and instantly became furious. His body had actually grown to a terrifying size of about 13 meters. He held the metal rod in his hand and violently attacked the two people in the sky. You two, die. Ao Jin's body was extremely cold. He directly transformed into the body of a golden swordfish. With the sword, a golden light flashed and carried the soundless sword as he directly attacked. If you are not injured, you can still spar with us. Now. The black-clothed demonic youth's snow-white arm instantly turned pitch black. Black energy that was like an aurora instantly attacked Ao Jin. At the side, a long spear appeared in the hands of the blood-red clothed demonic middle-aged man. The long spear was extremely blood-red. Buzz! The terrifying long spear attacked Ao Chitian. Sensing the terrifying power above, Ao Chitian and Ao Jin's expressions changed drastically. Their current strength was already less than half of their peak. Now that they had encountered two existences that were even stronger than them, they were no match for them. Ao Chitian's blood-red eyes could only passively defend as he smashed heavily towards the spear. Boom! Pa! The terrifying blood-red spear collided with Ao Chitian's metal rod and actually instantly broke it. This caused Ao Chitian's expression to change drastically. The metal rod was something he had once obtained in the ocean. It was extremely hard and was a grade 13 material. It could completely be used to create a grade 13 spirit tool, a spirit tool used by immortals and deities. Although this metal rod was only a body, in Ao Chitian's hands, it was stronger and more solid than a grade 12 spirit tool. However, today, under the attack of the long spear, it actually directly broke. Ao Chitian's palm cracked, and blood gushed out wildly. His body also fell into the sea at a terrifying speed. Boom! On the side, a dense black light and the dazzling gold collided. The two waves of energy were in a stalemate in the void, as if the world had been divided into two. What a terrifying sword principle. However, hee. The demonic middle-aged man in blood-red clothes saw Ao Jin blocking his attack, and his arm shook. A blood-red bow appeared in his hand. He pulled at the void and said, Ghost-devouring arrow. Whoosh! A ferocious demon shot out from the blood-red bow and instantly landed on Ao Jin's body. Boom! The terrifying force caused Ao Jian's blood to splatter in all directions as he fell into the sea. Kiki, 7 immortal-level corpses. This is great. This is simply great. Haha, that divine dragon general is my mount. The blood-red glow in the eyes of the middle-aged man in black was abnormally demonic. He laughed out loud and directly grabbed at Wang Xian. The blood-red middle-aged man was also filled with excitement as he dived downwards. He flew towards the place where Prime Minister Gue had fallen. Xiao Xian. Wang Xian heard the voices of Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the others. He was slightly dazed and his entire body was abnormally weak. This was the last time he was injured. It was even a threat to his life. He saw Ao Qitian and Ao Jian being severely injured in the ocean. Wang Xian turned his head and saw that Tang Yinxian, who had been penetrated by the black energy, was almost dead. His heart ached slightly. His gaze swept past Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the other girls at the side. A hint of blood flashed in his eyes. Wait for my resurrection. He growled and raised his head to look at the 2 demonic, middle-aged men in the sky. Roar, you deserve to die. Wang Xian instantly transformed into the body of the 5 elements divine dragon. Although he was now in an extremely dilapidated state, there was an additional bloodlust and fierceness. Buzz. The 5-colored radiance on Wang Xian's body intensified. A resplendent green sword that was 100 meters long appeared in the void. The sword was extremely green. The moment the green sword appeared, the middle part of Wang Xian's body dissipated. Only the dragon bones were connected. Chapter 686. Buzz. Wang Xian's body trembled again. His dragon whiskers collapsed and dissipated. His dragon head had almost turned into a skull. The terrifying flames landed directly on the emerald green longsword. The longsword was emitting a brilliant glow. In an instant, the emerald green longsword turned into a flaming longsword. Wood makes fire. Buzz. Wang Xian took another while. The dragon's scales on his body dissipated immediately. An earthy yellow energy covered the flaming longsword directly. Fire generates earth. Buzz. The dragon claws disappeared quickly. The rich gold landed on the earth sword. Earth generates gold. Buzz. Finally, Wang Xian's tail turned into an azure blue light and entered the golden sword directly. Gold generates water. It was a water sword, an azure blue water sword. The water sword was still about 100 meters long. However, this azure blue radiance seemed to carry the entire ocean. It was as though the entire space had this azure blue long sword as the center of the world. It was as though there was only this resplendent azure blue water sword in the entire world. The extreme blue flashed past. Not good. Wood begets fire, fire begets earth, earth begets gold, and gold begets water. The 5 attributes were mutually reinforcing. When Wang Xian used all the dragon qi in his body to unleash his attacks, he would be able to use all the dragon qi in his body. Under the circumstance of mutually reinforcing, he would be able to obtain a terrifying upgrade. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying blue longsword pointed at the starry sky and disappeared into the horizon. Ah, damn it! 2 agonizing screams were heard. In the sky, the 2 demonic middle-aged men were cut in half by the lazy waste. They stuck the 2 halves of their bodies together in horror. Both of their faces were filled with fear. Damn it! Damn it! Damn the divine dragon! The demonic middle-aged man in black clothes let out a ferocious roar. Xiao Xian! Brother! From below, the miserable cries of Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the others could be heard. Seeing Wang Xian's miserable state, tears instantly flowed out of his eyes. Dragon King! The furious roars of the members of the Dragon Palace could be heard from the surroundings. Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and Prime Minister Gue came out of the sea. They stared at the 2 people in the sky with blood-red eyes and attacked them without any hesitation. Damn girls! Damn divine dragons! The 2 demonic middle-aged men roared indignantly when they saw Ao Qitian and Prime Minister Gue attacking them. Just you wait. Just you wait. When the Yu Ding appears, we will take your bodies and make you our slaves." The two demonic middle-aged men roared ferociously. Their bodies moved and entered the crack in the void. "Just you wait for me. We will take your corpses very soon." The fearful roars came from another world. Wang Xian only had a sliver of life left in his dragon-bone body. He stared coldly at the void and said, "Very soon, I will look for you. Very soon, I will look for you." Crack, crack, crack. The void fissure closed. Roar. Ao Chiqian looked ahead and revealed a furious expression. His terrifying claws clawed at the void. The void fissure appeared again. "Chiqian, stop. Let's see the Dragon King first." Prime Minister Gue shouted at Ao Chiqian with a pale face. Roar, roar, roar. Ao Chiqian thumped his chest and looked at their Dragon King. Bang! Xiao Xian. Brother. Wang Xian's body fell into the sea. He was only left with his bones and had lost all signs of life. Lan Qingyue and the rest flew over and caught Wang Xian's huge dragon bones. Their faces were filled with tears. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue and the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace also had a drastic change in expression. Buzz. Prime Minister Gue waved his arm and a 5-colored origin stone appeared in his hand. 3 dragon balls slowly flew out from Wang Xian's body. Return to the Dragon Palace immediately. The Dragon King can still be resurrected. Prime Minister Gue quickly said. Yes, yes. The soul returning wood. With the soul returning wood, little immortal can still be resurrected. Lan Qingyue and the rest quickly came to their senses. They wiped the tears from their faces and said anxiously, "Woo woo woo woo." However, sorrowful sounds came from the side. Ao Qitian was hugging Wang Xian's dragon bone. They turned around and saw 200 to 300 dolphins gathered around. In the middle, Tang Yinchuan's body was being lifted up. Streams of sound waves entered Tang Yinchuan's chest. There was a hole the size of a bowl. The terrifying black energy instantly penetrated her chest, and a large piece of her flesh disappeared. Tang Yinxian was only at the Xiantian level. Such a terrifying injury was enough to kill her instantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the 4 pink-nosed dolphins surrounding Tang Yinxian suddenly emitted a special sound wave. The 4 pink-nosed dolphins were emitting a pink light, which gradually entered Tang Yinchuan's body. The pink color on the 4 pink-nosed dolphins slowly disappeared and turned into the same color as the ordinary dolphins. Huh. Prime Minister Gue revealed a surprised expression. Bring this lady and these dolphins. Dragon Queen, we have to rush back immediately. Yes, we have to go back immediately and take the 3 immortal gods' bodies with us. Lan Qingyue and the others nodded quickly. Occupy this place. Prime Minister Gue ordered Ao Yeka of the Dragon Protection Department. The others did not ride on the Kuin. Instead, Prime Minister Gue brought them to the Dragon Palace with the power of the immortal gods. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the Dragon Palace. Put the Dragon King's dragon bone into the dragon pool, Prime Minister Gue said to Ao Qitian immediately. Yes. Ao Qitian held the dragon bone and put it into the dragon pool. At this moment, there was not much dragon blood in the dragon pool. The revival of the group of draconids and the Golden Swordfish clan had consumed a lot of dragon blood. The dragon blood in the dragon pool did not support the revival of Wang Xian at all. Throw the corpses of the 3 immortals into the dragon pool. Prime Minister Gue stood beside the dragon pool and said with a solemn face. Yes. The corpses of the snake-masked elder and the 2-headed woman were placed beside the dragon pool. Walala. The corpses of the 3 immortals were slowly absorbed by the dragon pool. Golden dragon blood that emitted a terrifying energy flowed out from the mouths of the 9 divine dragon pillars. Prime Minister Gue waved his arm and threw the 5 elements origin stone into the dragon pool. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the dragon throne, the soul returning would emitted a gray light as a dragon-shaped soul fruit slowly condensed. Prime Minister Gue, can the little immortal be resurrected like this? Lan Qingyue and the other girls stood at the side and did not dare to disturb him. When they saw that the arrangement was done, they asked anxiously, "Dragon Queen, as long as we have enough energy, the Dragon King can be resurrected." "It's us who failed to protect the Dragon King," Prime Minister Gue said as he knelt down in front of Lan Qingyue and the others. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian also knelt down. With the soul-returning wood, the Dragon King can be resurrected. However, the Dragon King has condensed thousands of dragon qi. It will take a lot of energy to resurrect him. I wonder if the energy of the three immortals can resurrect the Dragon King. Also, I don't know how long it will take for the Dragon King to be resurrected. We need to gather energy for the Dragon King now. Chapter 687. Lan Qingyue, Sunling Xiao, Ajia and Elder Fan were extremely anxious, but they had no other way. Coming back from the dead was a very heaven-defying matter. If Wang Xian didn't have the ancestral tree and the two heaven-defying treasures, the soul-returning wood, coming back from the dead was simply a legend. They could only ask Prime Minister Gue anxiously and wait. The soul-returning wood has already grown the soul of the Dragon King. What we need now is the dragon blood and the energy of the three immortals. Prime Minister Gue's eyes sparkled. He turned to Ao Jian and Ao Qitian and said, "Let's recuperate for a while. We will go to the chaotic sea area later and hunt down the Devil Fish King." Okay. Ao Qitian and Ao Jian nodded, and their eyes were cold. Should we go to other unknown sea areas and kill immortal-level creatures? Look again. The Dragon King's dragon bone hasn't disappeared, and the five elements' origin hasn't either. The energy of four immortal-level creatures should be about the same. Prime Minister Gue looked hesitant. If it doesn't work, we'll take the risk and kill other immortal-level creatures. Prime Minister Gue, if we have enough energy, how long will it take for my brother to be resurrected? Xiao Yu asked while pulling Prime Minister Gue's arm. Grand Princess, if we have enough energy, it will take at most a month to be resurrected. Prime Minister Gui slowly stood up. Dragon Queen, Grand Princess, I need to make some preparations first. You go, Prime Minister Gue. Lan Qingyue and the others quickly said. Brother. Xiao Yu looked at the dragon pool and could not help but cry again. Xiao Yu, don't cry. At that time, Xiao Xian had already considered that she would die and that she could be resurrected, so we don't have to worry. A few girls stood by the dragon pool with slightly red eyes and waited quietly. Prime Minister Gue came to the dragon field of the Dragon Palace and looked at the dolphins and Tang Yinxian who were floating in the air. The pink light surrounded the dolphins, which was quite unbelievable. After the dolphins learned how to cultivate, they seemed to have awakened a very special energy. After the girl's body was pierced through and her life force dissipated, she was surrounded by a sound wave. It's completely opposite to the effects of the soul-returning wood. The soul-returning wood absorbs and protects. This pink energy contains a powerful life force. Perhaps, under the treatment of these dolphins, she can be resurrected. Prime Minister Gue stood there and looked, his face full of surprise. This group of dolphins had easily jumped over the dragon gate and even brought Tang Yinxian in. He was somewhat shocked. The rest of the aquatic species that leaped over the dragon gate were all desperately charging towards the dragon palace. However, they were very easy to do. In the future, this group of dolphins might even be a powerful subordinate of the dragon palace. Prime Minister Gue moved his body and entered the dragon cave to recuperate from his injuries. Are they dead? Should I wait for resurrection? Wang Xian felt his consciousness gathering in a hazy manner. When he realized that he had appeared on the soul-returning wood on the dragon throne, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he had expected, the soul-returning wood was extremely powerful. Wang Xian had no choice but to exhaust his body and fight with the two demonic middle-aged men. If he had not used up all his energy to launch the strongest attack and repel the two men, they would have been truly finished. With the terrifying strength of the two demonic middle-aged men, they would definitely be annihilated in their original state. By then, after all the experts of the Dragon Palace had died, he wouldn't be able to resurrect even if he wanted to. At that time, the strongest attack that he had unleashed was the best choice. People from the Yuding world, just you wait. Endless killing intent surged in Wang Xian's heart. As long as I resurrect, even if you don't appear in the world, I will enter your world and turn the sky and earth upside down. And Tang Yinxian. Wang Xian was stunned. When he recalled how Tang Yinxian used her strongest defense to block the black energy back then, the killing intent in his heart became even stronger. If she had not reminded him back then and did not face the black light, he was afraid that the attack would have already killed him and Prime Minister Gue. The consequences of his and Prime Minister Gue's death would also mean the destruction of the Dragon Palace. I will avenge you, Wang Xian mumbled. He looked around and could sense a radius of 10 meters around him. He couldn't sense anything further away. Shu Qing. Wang Xian looked towards the dragon throne and revealed a smile. At this moment, Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression. In his soul state, he could see Guan Shuqing's body and her soul. However, what surprised Wang Xian was that there were 2 gray dots of light in Guan Shuqing's body. Both dots of light were extremely dim. Does everyone's soul have 2 dots of light? Shuqing's vitality is already very strong, but she didn't wake up. Could it be related to these dim dots of light? Could it be that the strength of the soul is too weak and couldn't support this strong body, so she couldn't wake up? Wang Xian was bewildered. He didn't expect that he would discover the reason why Shu Qing couldn't wake up. Time passed slowly. The next day, Prime Minister Gue and Ao Jian and Ao Qitian walked out of the Dragon Palace. Half a day later, they brought over the body of the Devil Fish King. In the Dragon Pool, after the 10-meter-long dragon bone absorbed the dragon cave in the dragon pool, flesh and blood began to grow. At this speed, the Dragon King's body will be fully recovered in half a month. Prime Minister Gue stood beside the dragon pool and said thoughtfully, "Is there enough energy?" Sun Lingxiu frowned and asked Prime Minister Gue. "I'm not sure." Prime Minister Gue shook his head slowly and suddenly had an idea. "Dragon Queen, I'm going to get something." As he spoke, he moved and arrived at a cave on the surrounding mountains. The jellyfish corpses that were emitting crystal light were piled inside. They were immortal jellyfish, level 11 immortal jellyfish. Their bodies were immortal matter, a very precious thing. All creatures want to evolve towards immortality, and the divine dragon will eventually go in that direction. This immortal matter is an enormous energy. Back then, the Dragon King was prepared to use it to create an immortal jellyfish race, but now it seems that there's no need. The eternal material dragon pool can't absorb it, but it can use endless wood to completely melt it. The endless wood was a different type of eternal tree. It had endless flames that would never be extinguished, and it was similar to the eternal material. The level of the endless wood was obviously higher than the eternal jellyfish, so it should be able to melt it. If the eternal material was used to condense the Dragon King's body, it could make the Dragon King's strength and recovery power a terrifying increase. Chapter 688. Just as Wang Xian was immersed in his own world, he sensed the arrival of Prime Minister Gue and looked over curiously. When he came to the bottom of the dragon throne, Prime Minister Gue saw the soul fruit of Wang Xian and knelt down on the ground. He bowed and placed the body of the eternal jellyfish under the eternal wood. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flames emitted by the endless wood were not that terrifying. When held in one's hand, there would only be a kind of heat. It would not cause much harm to the person. However, when the body of the eternal jellyfish was placed under the wood, the sound of burning could be heard. Prime Minister Gue moved his arm, and a huge, earthy yellow bowl appeared in his hand. He then placed the immortal substance into the bowl. Each immortal jellyfish had a body size of dozens of meters. All the immortal jellyfish had melted about 2 to 3 tons of liquid. The liquid emitted a milky white glow and contained a special energy. As expected, the indestructible immortal substance will be burned under the endless wood. A gleam flashed across Prime Minister Gui's eyes. After melting all the immortal jellyfish, he bowed to Wang Xian's soul fruit once again. Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gui with a satisfied expression on his face. Once he became a member of the Dragon Palace, he would have 100% loyalty and no second thoughts. This was very important to the development of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui plucked Wang Xian's soul fruit and went to the dragon pool. Xiao Yu, Lan Xingyue, and the rest stood there and waited quietly. Eldest Princess, Dragon Queen. Prime Minister Gui nodded at them. Then, he moved his body and placed Wang Xian's soul fruit on the dragon's head. Buzz. When the soul fruit entered the dragon pool, Wang Xian instantly felt that he could sense his own body. Crash. Following that, the immortal material was placed into the dragon pool. The immortal material was a special energy. Even the dragon pool could not convert it into dragon blood. It could only be absorbed directly. Phew, I can finally control my own body. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he activated the divine dragon transformation immediately. The surrounding dragon blood gushed into his body crazily. Wang Xian was like a sponge, absorbing all kinds of energy crazily. The Dragon King is resurrecting. Prime Minister Gui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the energy in Wang Xian's body in the dragon pool. He spoke to Xiao Yu, Lan Xingyue, and the rest. It might not take more than a month for Little Immortal to be resurrected. Lan Xingyue and the rest saw the changes in the dragon pool, and their worries were also relieved. Eldest Princess, Dragon Queen. I'll go take care of the matters in the Dragon Palace first. Prime Minister Gui bade farewell and left. With a flash, he came to the dragon cave. He looked ahead and checked on Tang Yinxian, who was floating in the dragon field. Then, he called Ao Jian and Ao Qitian to swim down the spiritual energy waterfall. Soon, when they arrived, the bottom of the spiritual waterfall was filled with countless aquatic creatures. They stayed quietly at the bottom of the sea and absorbed the spiritual energy. Besides the aquatic creatures, all the members of the Dragon Palace were also cultivating there. Prime Minister Gui looked satisfied. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian, you guys guard the surroundings. These aquatic creatures are the foundation of our Dragon Palace. We must ensure that their cultivation will not be disturbed. Don't worry, Prime Minister Gui. Leave it to us. Ao Qitian patted his chest and promised. Okay. Prime Minister Gui glanced around. The appearance of this spiritual energy waterfall can shorten the development process of the aquatic creatures around the Dragon Palace by 80 to 90 years. It won't take long for the aquatic civilization to be established. It seems that we have to nurture the civil officials as soon as possible. Prime Minister Gui muttered to himself. He took out a book and a pen from his interspatial ring and began to plan for the future development of the aquatic creatures, as well as the establishment of the underwater order after the appearance of the civil officials. Time passed slowly. The vitality of Wang Xian in the dragon pool grew stronger and stronger. The body of the divine dragon was growing slowly. The tremendous energy of the 4 immortal god corpses coupled with the special energy of the undead matter. Within 10 days, Wang Xian's 10-meter-long body had completely recovered. However, 1/3 of the dragon blood in the dragon pool had yet to be absorbed. 12 days later, Wang Xian's body had grown to around 13 meters. Almost all of the dragon blood in the dragon pool had been absorbed. Beside the dragon pool, Xiao Yu, Lan Xingyue, and the rest looked at Wang Xian, who was lying in the dragon pool nervously. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Welcome back, Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui, who was at the side, revealed a smile on his face. He knelt on the ground respectfully and said to Wang Xian, who was in the dragon pond. Roar. A faint dragon roar came from Wang Xian's mouth. He opened his eyes slowly and a 5-colored light flashed past. Xiao Xian. Brother. When Xiao Yu, Lan Xingyue, and the other girls saw that Wang Xian had woken up, their eyes were filled with excitement. Wang Xian looked at them and smiled. His body floated up slowly as he slowly adapted to his body. His 13-meter-tall body was about 3 meters larger than before he died. A terrifying energy was transmitted from his body. Wang Xian felt that his body had undergone some special changes. The defense and recovery speed of my body has at least doubled. Although my offensive power has not increased, my current self is much stronger than before. Based on my cultivation base, I should be a middle-level immortal. If I were to face those two demonic middle-aged men again, I would definitely have the strength to fight them. I might even be able to suppress them. His dragon god body's defense was already very terrifying. Now that his defense had doubled, it was a qualitative change. This time, even if he were to take the demonic middle-aged man's attack head-on, he would at most be slightly injured. Wang Xian's body moved and flew to the side of the dragon pool. His body moved and transformed into human form. "Brother, Xiao Xian." A few girls hugged him with their eyes slightly red. Wang Xian smiled at them and patted their backs. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "What are you worried about? I told you guys in advance to wait for my resurrection. Even if we knew, we would still be worried." Xiao Yu hugged Wang Xian's arm and said with tears of joy, all right. Isn't this all right?" Wang Xian comforted the 5 girls for a while before walking towards Prime Minister Gue. "Dragon King, you've worked hard these few days. I've worked hard for the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue smiled. "How are things under the spiritual energy waterfall now?" Wang Xian nodded and asked. "Don't worry, Dragon King. Everything is in good order." Prime Minister Gue followed beside Wang Xian and walked into the Dragon King's palace. "Where is Tang Yinchuan's body? Has she been buried, or?" Wang Xian was silent for a while and asked Prime Minister Gue with a heavy heart. "Dragon King, Miss Tang's current situation is very special. Please follow me." Prime Minister Gue said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian was slightly stunned and looked at Prime Minister Gue in surprise. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.